All right, so a recap of last session. As the last session began, you had just arrived in Langdale, a small town on the King's Road where the road branches south towards Walespell. At the recommendation of Hemson, the caravan's lead driver, you found your way to the Twin Rose Inn and Tavern, where the proprietors, Harmit and Tavia Hopesinger, provided you with a fantastic rabbit stew, mugs of ale, and comfortable rooms for the night. As you sat at your table waiting for your food and drink, Corvus noticed an elven woman seated at the bar who was watching the party with interest. You ordered her a drink and had Tavia invite her over. She was clearly taken back that she had been noticed, but came to sit with you. The elven woman introduced herself as Dawn Mistwalker. She asked for the party's help to rescue her father from an old temple where she presumed he had been taken captive by a clan of goblins who were calling it home. She promised the party 50 gold pieces plus any treasure you find. Her only ask was that she be able to keep a mask that her father and her had been going to look for in the temple. It seems that finding the mask was part of Dawn and her father's initiation into an adventuring guild known as the Wanderers. After a good night's rest in a comfortable bed, you met Dawn at first light and headed out through the forest to find the temple. It was clear during your travels that Dawn knew how to handle herself in the forest, as she had no problem finding her way back to the temple along game trails, some bushwhacking, and finally along what looked to be somewhat established trails that brought you to the temple entrance. The trail to the temple was clearly well used, but had not been used in several days. You arrived at the temple at dusk, just as a snowstorm that had been brewing throughout the day began to descend upon you. After a quick scout of the area, you descended into the temple along a narrow staircase. A temple that you quickly learned was dedicated to Elok, with the discovery of 2 large statues of Elok in the first room you entered. Inside the temple, you encountered some very unprepared goblins and a couple of their beasts. The battles have been brief, with the exception of the beasts. You have encountered little resistance so far, as it would appear that the inhabitants of the temple do not expect anyone other than themselves to be there. You continued to move deeper into the temple in search of Dawn's father and the mask that had originally brought them there. As today's session begins, you are standing in a large room that is dominated by a large circular pool of greenish glowing fluid that moves, bubbles, and rolls as if something is in the fluid. You have encountered a locked door at the far end of this room.
No, sorry, Douglan. I don't have any thieves' picks. What do you think I am? I'm not that kind of bard.
Are you reading my mind? That's crazy. I could smash it down if you'd like. It'd make quite the racket.
I think we best explore the areas we can get to with a bit of stealth before we start kicking in doors.
Do you think Dawn has some thieves' tools? Should we ask?
Wouldn't hurt.
Corvus, you mind asking the lady if she can take a look at this lock here?
All right, I'll yell down the hallway. Oi, Dawn! I'm just kidding. I'll walk up to her. Our illustrious companions want to know if you have skills with opening locks.
I'm sorry. I don't. Can't they just knock it down?
Well, I could do that. But if they do, that'll alert everyone in the area to our presence.
Well, it seems a better choice than trying to go through where all those goblins were.
We'll just bring them down on top of us. But I will go tell them. So I do the same thing as they did. I just skirt. It's not letting me move. There we go.
You're trying to. It won't let you go through walls.
No, it wasn't even letting me move up. I think it was just a delay in my. So, like, I'm gonna skirt the wall.
Okay.
She says she cannot help. She suggested breaking the door down.
Question. Could you use a dagger to pick a lock with disadvantage?
Depends on how skinny the dagger is.
Oh, mine's very skinny. Oh, yeah. Nope.
You are unable to open the lock with your small knife.
With a investigation check, would I be able to discern if there was a quieter way we could get this door open? You know, like, or because the door opens in, no, the hinges would be on the inside of the door.
So this door swings into the room that you're in.
Oh, so the hinges are right in front of us.
The hinges are right in front
No,
of you.
it swings into the room we're in.
Into the room you're in.
Okay, yes, then yeah, we could knock the pins out of.
Could we knock the pins out of them?
Yeah, with a little bit of work.
Okay.
You could take it off its hinges.
Nightingale will pull out of his inventory a bit of. He's got a. What does it say here? I've got a flask of oil. I'll oil the hinges, you know, and try to make them so that they'll come out a little easier. And then,
Douglan, you said you had some metal spikes, did you not?
Piton, I believe.
Yes, I got some pitons.
May I have a piton?
With pleasure.
And using kind of I'll grab the blade of my dagger and use the handle as a hammer. I'll try to hammer with the piton to get these bolts out of the hinges so we can pop the door off its hinges.
So the bolt's been slid down and kind of mushroomed a little bit on the end, but you're pretty sure if you work at it for a while, you can, you'll be able to flatten out the end enough to pull the pins through. It'll just take some work.
How is this worth it, gentlemen? Could we find another way around?
Well, I think the other way around is through them nasties down that other hole.
Well, then I will get to work as quietly as possible.
All right. While you are kind of quietly trying to chip away at this, Dawn turns back towards the group. She gives a quiet little whistle. Just sounds like a bird you would hear in the forest. Corvus, you pick up on it right away because it's so unnatural sounding, even though it's not that loud. And as you look over, you can see she's pointing down the hallway where the goblins were.
Gentlemen, I think someone is coming from the other direction. And I will move back, again, skirting the edges.
Same.
I'll stay working on this door.
We may need a way out of this.
Drums. In the distance.
Sorry, that was my stomach. I don't do well on rations.
Too much
We just
fiber.
had that. We just had that famous stew, the rabbit stew. What are you complaining about?
It's yesterday, Douglan.
Okay, Corvus, you guys can move again if you're
I'm gonna
you're
stay
making your way.
right there.
All right.
I can shoot coming down the hallway.
You see that she turns back and she looks at you all and goes,
I think of myself pretty highly. Yes, I am number one. Thank you. No, all kidding aside, lasts. How many coming down?
just a one.
Okay. You want to get behind me?
She what do we've got for torches there? Douglan, do you have a torch?
I had a torch because I can't see otherwise.
I think Corvus and both Douglan had torches going.
Yeah, mine's
And Dawn has one as well. They lit them all up as soon as we left that hallway with the wargs.
I just show Dawn and Douglan as having torches.
I'd put mine out when I went down that hallway, remember?
That's right, yeah.
So
I haven't relit it because I don't really need to with two other people.
I'm gonna tell Dawn, pull back a little. Let's get behind cover here. And I'm gonna tell her, gesture to her to go to the other square opposite me. Oh, no, not me.
I'm gonna stand inside the creepy well.
I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, he crawls inside the well.
Yeah.
This seems like a safer place. I'll wait here.
Place to hide.
It's like a jacuzzi. It's like a jacuzzi of evil.
Evil.
Dawn, did the creature see you?
No. There's just one of them. It's stumbling down the hall.
Another drunkard. Well, let it come down this way, and then we'll take it out.
All right. Nightingale, you have been able to remove one of the two pins so far. You flattened out the one end, and you're able to sort of knock it through, and you're now working on the second one. And
I'll once I got that first pin, I'll stop and listen, just to make sure I don't hear someone like some giant thing on the other side, like I'm gonna kick the door. You know, just on the safe side.
You don't hear anything on the other side of the door.
Okay, I will keep working then.
I have my bow with an arrow knocked, ready to draw.
All right. A minute or so goes by, and there is no sign of anyone coming around the corner.
How's he doing on the second hinge?
We'll say you are finished up. You flatten out. The second one is a little easier on the bottom, and the door is now still sitting in place, but it's just kind of resting on the hinges. The pins are no longer in place.
Gentlemen, we have success.
You need some help getting it off?
Yeah. I think someone else would be better pulling this door off than me. I've done the hard work.
It's gonna go straight, but I'm scurrying around if that's okay.
Yep, not a problem.
Okay, thanks.
Nightingale will be like, just a second, and he'll put his dagger away, toss that pin back to Douglan, and draw his short sword and be like, okay, I'm ready. After you, Douglan.
All right, so I have a grappling hook. I'm gonna try to wedge it and pull towards me. So if it can get some grab on it, if you will, so I can pull the door towards me, and then kind of, if the hinge is on this side, I'm going to pull it on the lock side, kind of going at an angle. So I keep the lock at a pivot. Hopefully it'll not make too much noise, or if so, it'll be a little bit.
Okay, as you get the door off and you kind of slide it away. The door is not very heavy. The wood is quite light in the door, so you're able to manhandle it pretty well, sliding the locking mechanism out of the hole that it's in, and just leaning the door against the wall.
You want me to have a look, Nightingale?
The passageway is now
Yeah,
open.
well, he's moving that door. I'll have a peek into the hallway. Or past the door. Do you want to move your guy out of the way, Douglan?
Yeah, I kind of put the door on this side, let's say.
All right. Nightingale, you peek out into the hallway. The hallway comes to an abrupt end to your right and travels down quite a ways, 60 feet or more off to the left. Corvus, as you're sort of standing there, you and Dawn continuing to watch the hallway, this bubbling pool, you notice that the activity inside of it, the bubbling and rolling, is increasing in intensity.
Gentlemen, I think we got a problem with the well.
Let's move. We've got a hallway we can go down. I'd rather not wait around for the glowing orbs of bubbly death. Don't get a good feeling about it.
Nightingale, you prefer that I take the lead here?
Indeed. I'll step into the hallway, Colin, and kind of... Oh, there we go. Yeah, that'll not do anything. Oh, there we go.
All right.
And then I'll follow behind.
Corvus, get Dawn. Follow us.
Dawn, go through the door. Get in between Douglan and Nightingale. I'll follow behind you.
Okay. She travels around the room, slipping in behind... is this door open? Yeah, it is open.
That's right, I opened it.
Nope, that's good. So, Douglan, the hallway is much the same, clearly carved by hands, not natural. It's a little more narrow than the other tunnels. The tunnels just keep sort of getting more and more narrow. This tunnel is closer to the one that led down to where the goblins were. So the tunnels are getting, Corvus's shoulders are just about brushing either wall as he walks down through these tunnels. And the tunnel goes straight quite a ways down out of the light of your torch.
Got it.
Get in there, please. I will bring the door with me. So I'll come in and I'll grab the door on my way and set it inside the jam, so it's just resting inside the jam, so that anybody looking from the other hallway without closing it would look like the door's closed from the other end.
You. Okay, you place the door back in place. Hey, Douglan, you still can't see the end of the tunnel.
Okay. I'm going to go basically just 10 feet at a time, stop and listen 10 feet at a time.
As you are...
Past her.
You're going to sneak past her?
Yeah, ask her to shimmy up against the wall.
Yep, she does.
It's like getting out of an airline seat with someone next to you.
All right. Douglan, as you're moving down the hallway, you think from down there somewhere you can hear voices kind of talking and snarling at each other and laughing now and then, similar to the sounds that Corvus said that he heard when he went down through the other tunnel where he saw all of the goblins.
So I'm going to turn back to Corvus, and again, we haven't really worked out signs, but basically just I put my fingers to my eyes and point down the hall. And I'm going to again take another 10 feet. By the way, did I recognize common? Did I recognize the language?
It is not, it sounds similar to what you heard the goblin speaking to Nightingale when you interrogated that one earlier in the sleeping room.
Got it. Okay. Do I see any lights ahead?
Just a little faint glow ahead that seems to be coming from somewhere off to the left. But you still don't see the end of the tunnel.
As Nightingale kind of sleeps up and he's close to Corvus, he'd be like,
Corvus, do you think it's a good idea to have the fighter leading the way? He's not the sneakiest of fellow.
I'd prefer if you got out front.
I don't mind. I think I might.
using my small stature to my advantage, Nightingale will slip through everybody up to Douglan.
Douglan, I think it'd be best if I lead the way.
Nice.
No offense to your bravery, but a bit of stealth might be necessary.
The fact that we would not have to use the torch is helpful too.
That is true. I can see in the dark, Douglan.
No argument here with sound strategy. Lead the way.
You wait here. I'll wave you ahead when it's clear.
And I will stealthily come up to this corner, Colin.
Do not wave, we won't be able to see you. I send Mithril to his shoulder and say, send him back when you want us to come forward.
Oh, dear Lord. I got a bird on my shoulder.
What? Need a stealth check?
Yes, please.
Oh, that was a 20. That was a 20.
Sure looked like one for a
The
second.
bird squawks.
The bird was perfectly stealthy.
Exactly.
What do you mean? As Nightingale sneaking up, Mithras is pulling out his shram and bobbing up and down like, come on, play again.
Starts plucking at the strings.
It's a little horn. I don't have a lute.
All right, as you get to
I just thought it was a
as you get to the
string.
edge, you kind of stumble a bit, and you kind of fall against the wall and make a bit of a rustle. You don't hear you now can hear goblins talking. I believe you speak Goblin.
I do, yes.
They're clearly talking, just nonsense and laughing to one another. It sounds like maybe they're playing some sort of dice game and constantly accusing one another of cheating, and then you hear one of the goblins say that I'll be right back. And you hear someone coming down the hall towards you.
From the north or south?
From the south. You're still hiding around the corner sort of thing. You hear a door open and close. And then there's no more sound in the hallway to the south.
Nightingale will get as low as he kind of can without laying on the ground and peek around the corner. Kind of look down the hallway both ways.
Okay, to the south, you can see there is a a fairly large fire going, and the goblins are. You can see 7 goblins. 4 of them are in a little group that appear to be playing dice. The others are just sitting around a campfire.
And to the north?
About 30 feet away is a doorway, and there appears to be a hallway that heads back to the east.
Okay.
You do see a door about 15 feet away from you. Based on the sound you heard of the door closing, you presume that that's the door you heard open and close.
I'll look to Mithras, be like,
Get the others, mistress.
you know.
All right. The raven appears out of the darkness and lands on back on Corvus's shoulder.
All right, let's move forward.
Colin, as you know, Mithras disappears into the darkness, Nightingale will kind of keep his eye on that doorway as they are coming up, and kind of while he's watching the door down that same direction as the fire and stuff. So he'll keep an eye on them, make sure that no one is alerted to their approach.
All right. You can kind of hear the others. Are you keeping? Is everybody keeping their torches lit?
If
Yeah.
Is that firelight?
That's
started
firelight.
off for-
That
Okay,
yellow.
yeah, I'll douse it. I mean, there's no need for it right now.
Well, you won't be able to see.
When we
Well,
move
no.
into the room with the big fire, we will be able to.
There's light, right?
It's
what
pretty
I'm saying?
dark where you guys are. The light is not carrying very far from the campfire.
Okay, well, listen, I don't think then they would see us, so I can keep it until we don't need it.
It's fine. If
All
they
right,
get alerted.
Nightingale, just as the others arrive up behind you, you hear the door open again. And a goblin walks into the hallway, closes the door, and then walks back into the room. And as he's walking along, you kind of notice he's shaking himself off a little bit, checking his drawers, and then walks back into the room with the others.
First thing that pops into Nightingale's mind is,
I should tell Corvus there's a treasure room in that door. But I won't. I don't. No, it's terrible. It's terrible.
okay. Most of the goblins, if not all of them, kind of have their backs to this hallway.
Some are sort of faced in that direction, but you know, like they're kind of their head down. The only ones there's only 2 that are really looking in that direction, and one seems engrossed in the game of dice, and the other one is staring off into the fire.
So Nightingale will look back and be,
We're going north, opposite the goblins.
and he will stealthily enter the hallway and head up to wherever. Stealthily.
Okay, just as you start moving up the hallway, another goblin comes down the hallway
Out.
and
south.
enters that room. He didn't seem to notice you. He
Went to the bathroom.
He went back into the other room where the other guy went.
Okay, I'll peek around this corner real quick, Colin, as I kind of come up to it.
There is another long hallway that goes off to the east.
And straight ahead of me a door.
Straight ahead of you is a doorway. Yes.
Can I tell from where I am now which way the door would open?
It opens away from you towards the north.
Okay, I will move up to that doorway, stop and give a listen as I wait for the others to join me.
All right. Inside, you hear some mumbling going on between... it sounds like maybe a couple, if not more, people talking in there, creatures talking in there. They are speaking Goblin.
Can I make out anything in particular?
No,
Not really?
It's just a very low murmur you're hearing in there. You can't make out, but you can tell they're speaking Goblin, but you can't make out. But the voices are quite deep compared to a Goblin voice.
Okay. Once I see Douglan kind of around the corner, I'll be like trying to usher them on. Kind of pointing around the hallway to get them into that, down that hallway, out of the line of sight.
Get into the hallway, Douglan.
There's where I want to go, so that Dawn can get in between.
Ah, the hallway, Douglan. For crying out loud, go there. Down there, Douglan.
Giant blue arrow appears out of nowhere.
It's just minor illusion. Calm down. Minor illusion.
Corvus, as you are standing there, the door beside you opens, and a goblin steps into the room. And
Hallway?
into the hallway, and he steps out, and he kind of looks like at this very enormous creature standing behind him, and he just kind of looks up like, huh?
Stabby stab stab.
All right.
Roll for initiative.
Let's roll for initiative, shall we?
Woohoo! Who's got that yellow dice?
That's Mithras.
Mithras?
Yellow.
That's a nice color. I like it.
All right, I'll roll initiative for
All right.
the game. Corvus, we are going to start initiative. Nope, this guy won initiative. All right. All right, he pulls forth a scimitar from his waist and takes a swing at this.
It's not showing up on the combat tracker or on the map for me.
Oh, sorry. There he is.
There he is.
Thank you for that.
Goblin number 8.
So you'll notice the little blue dots around him. Can you guys see those?
Yes.
That means he has initiative. It's
Oh,
his
that's
turn on the
cool.
combat. It's his turn on the combat tracker. Sorry.
So it's an easy way for you to find targets when there's multiple of them on the battlefield. You don't have to
Yeah.
coast around. Where's Goblin 8? Where's Goblin 8? Where's Goblin 8?
Yeah,
Awesome.
exactly.
That's excellent.
That is excellent.
All right, he takes a swing at Corvus with his scimitar. Oh, and he hits.
Awesome.
Oh, giving you a nasty little gash on your legs.
Oh, look at the little blood token. Look at you. You went bloody. Your token went bloody.
Yeah, you can
Dude.
tell as people die, their token gets more and more bloody.
Cool.
All right, that takes us to Corvus.
All right. Well, he's getting a spear in the face.
And so the yellow, you can see the yellow arrows. That means he has that goblin targeted.
So cool.
this is gonna go really well for me tonight.
Ow.
Yep.
Corvus, if you die, make sure you're quiet. We don't want the other goblins coming, okay? Don't worry, lad. Dawn's got your back.
Yep.
All right.
Shite.
Oh, great.
All right.
I think I know what I'm going to get Corvus as a present. A giant
All
gray
right.
blanket.
Goblin 7
Healing potion.
hears the ruckus down the hallway and turns and starts to come down the hallway to help his brethren. He is going to take a shot at Corvus with his short bow.
Thought we couldn't do that.
It's probably easy for a goblin to shoot over a goblin's head to an
Yeah.
almost 8-foot tall wall
Yeah.
of meat.
And that's he can easily shoot over the goblin's head and hit all 7.5 feet of you.
7.5 feet. I duck.
All right,
Oh.
he hits.
Oh, might it go quiet.
Dead.
All right.
Already.
The arrow strikes Corvus and he falls backwards unconscious on the ground. That brings us to Nightingale.
Kind of hearing what's going on, Nightingale will go sprinting down the hallway, again using his small size and agility to slide between Douglan's legs, skip by Dawn, and he'll kind of jump onto Corvus's body and thrust his short sword into the first goblin's gullet. It's part of their anatomy, the gullet. It's the soft, squishy part.
All right.
Now, question, how do I target a creature? I've never targeted them. I always just drop dice on them. How are you-
Control and then click on him.
Ah. Well, my life has just changed. So
My life has changed.
so then I just roll my attack and it'll attack him? Or do I
Yes.
still drop the dice on him?
Nope, just drop the dice in the box.
Oh, God!
Chat box.
Did I not do that right? Oh, thank
Just-
goodness. Thank goodness that didn't show up. I just rolled a 1.
Just drop it in the chat window. Your attack in the chat window, and it'll hit who you're targeting.
There we go.
A hit.
Now, unfortunately, I can't use sneak attack because you're dead.
Unconscious. Thank you very much.
And in Goblin, I will yell at Goblin 7.
You're making a big mistake. We're here by the Master's calling.
And I will try to do a... I guess that would be a deception.
Well, you can't. That's an action.
Then I'm still saying that, and I'll be deceptive the next round.
Okay, you can be deceptive next round.
That's the end of Nightingale's go.
All right, that takes us to Goblin 15, who, looking down the hallway, can see the other two. and just decides to stare back into the fire a little bit more. Not sure exactly what those two are doing. Goblin 13 gets up and moves to the end of the hallway, looking down at the other two, trying to figure out what's going on down there. Which takes us to Dawn. Dawn is going to, realizing the reach that Douglan has, take a position off to the side. Hoping that we can draw some attackers down the hallway and get more than one attack front. Alright. Goblin 19 is, as of yet, unaware as to what's going on. Mithras.
Mithras is going to distract, or use his help action to distract Goblin number 8.
Alright.
Making whoever attacks it next get advantage.
Advantage. Excellent.
Question, DM.
Yes.
Would Mithras count as an ally for sneak attack? Or actually, if he gives me advantage, I can do sneak attack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
whoever attacks next is sneak attack.
Yeah, but all I
Yeah,
need is advantage.
Yeah, I would be okay with that.
Yeah. So he has to be giving me the advantage for me to get the sneak attack. Otherwise, he's not considered an ally.
Yeah, so
Yes.
if Douglan attacks the one
Yeah.
behind him, and then, well, I guess his reach wouldn't reach that far.
It's okay. Kill something, Douglan.
Yeah.
Please.
Gonna
Please,
try.
Goblin 17 sneaks by, coming down the hallway to see what is going on, and I'm gonna say can't get a clear shot at Nightingale.
I am only 5'6". I'm not that
Yes.
tall.
Goblin 10 is disinterested in what's going on at this point, taking us to Douglan.
All right. Well, seeing the big man down, we're gonna come right up here. Nightingale, duck for me, would you?
My pleasure.
He's gonna take a swipe at Goblin number 8. With advantage, correct?
You would get the
Get
advantage,
advantage.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. All right.
Only a 2,
All right.
you still killed him.
Oh, look at that.
The goblin scream has attracted the attention of all of those in the room now as it drops dead.
Mm-hmm. So,
Douglan, are you strong enough to pull Corvus's body?
yeah, absolutely. I could pull. Oh, but that's an action, or is that an interact with
action.
object at this point?
No, that would be an
Sorry,
action
Corvus.
to pull. Corvus
Okay.
is quite a large undertaking to pull.
Yeah.
My stature is once again coming at a disadvantage.
Yeah. Plus, I can't use my. I had to take the guy out, so.
Okay.
But you know what? I'm gonna stay right there because if someone comes in, I get an opportunity attack. So I'm gonna stay right there. That's the end of my turn.
All right. Takes us to Goblin 1, who is now getting up and makes his way into the hallway.
At least we've made their numbers obsolete. It's just 1-on-1. I just happen to be the one.
Yeah, well, we're gonna switch soon here. In fact, if you want to stick and move after, I'll take the lead.
That takes us back to the order with Corvus, who succeeds on his first death save.
Yay!
All right. Goblin 7 takes a shot now that the goblin in front of him has dropped at Nightingale. He hits.
Ah!
You are heavily damaged.
Hey.
You know how hard it is to come by Jester's outfits? Ah!
All right. Nightingale.
Can I see down the hall? What are they armed with? Like, as they're coming down, is this the only guy with a bow? The one that's standing in front of me? Or do more of them have bows?
They all seem to have a bow and a sword. Some of them have drawn their sword. Some of them have drawn their bow. The ones that are standing in the hallway.
Go in the door. Go in the shitter.
I was
Get out of the
thinking,
line of sight.
I was thinking that. The shitter door opens. We're assuming it's a bathroom by.
It's
opens,
open. It's open already. It's open into the towards the west, and the guy didn't close it when he walked outside, and Corvus was standing there beside him.
Okay.
Take a poke and move, eh?
I will. So he's got his short sword. He reaches into his just one of the many pockets on his jester outfit and pulls out this little vial while he pops the cork, and he flicks what seems like sour wine all over himself, Douglan, and Dawn, and he casts bless on them.
All right. You can put bless on everybody.
Does it feel like aftershave?
So you gotta untarget the goblin, and then you gotta target all that.
You don't be giving the goblin less, would you?
Is that what I just did?
Luckily, you gave the dead goblin less.
So how do you untarget somebody?
So you just control click it again.
Yeah. Control is kind of like everything.
So that's it?
Now target yourself, and then target.
Yeah, keep holding down control and click on everyone you want to target.
There you go.
And then do it.
And now cast your bless. And make sure to untarget them before you attack anybody.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see. Dawn's
Yep,
got
that worked.
it.
Everybody's got bless.
Yeah.
And then I will. I'm gonna have to take an opportunity attack to get through there.
You're a thief, bro.
Doesn't matter.
You
Don't think-
can't.
No, it won't be an opportunity attack if you just move through that space. I think you have to been in that space and then.
If you move through the 5-foot circle around somebody, they get an opportunity attack.
But it's a bow, though.
Oh yeah, so it'd be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It would be sorry. I wasn't thinking about the fact you have to go into that space.
Yeah.
Right there in.
So he can get an opportunity attack, but it'd be a disadvantage because it's a bow.
Maybe it's higher level thieves that have the uncanny dodge, or there's
you
something.
don't get that.
Much higher.
Yeah, you don't get
Okay.
that till later yet.
I know
Okay.
I'm skilled, but not that
Goblin.
skilled.
Goblin 7 will get a disadvantage bow attack on you. And
Oh, thank God.
he fumbles the arrow. He can't even get a shot away.
Nice. That's the end of Nightingale's attack as he's gagging and puking in his own mouth at the
room
stench.
that you enter has an unmistakable aroma of being a latrine of some type.
A goblin latrine, no less.
A
Methane
goblin
gas.
latrine.
Light a torch.
Okay, Goblin 15. Seeing the pileup, runs up and tries to join the fray. What's the range? All right, he is going to take a shot at Douglan with his bow.
There's no way I could like
No.
duck. I mean, there's like 6.
No,
guys
actually,
between-
I'm not. I'm going to say there's no way he can get a clean shot at Douglan with all those other goblins in front of there. He's just taking up a position behind the others,
Douglan
waiting for a
only
chance
had
to get in
lightning
there
bolt.
and do something.
Yeah, lightning bolt, eh?
Yeah, Douglan's gonna cast lightning bolt. At least in his mind.
All right.
Standing when you need him.
Dawn kind of ducks around the corner and lets loose a bolt from her crossbow.
Kind of lean out of the way for a go last.
She hits.
Dude, that one did it. I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
feel
that
it.
one.
We'll take it. Soften him up.
Goblin 19 is stuck with the others. He moves up to here. Mithras.
Is going to do the same thing on Goblin 7. He's going to use the help action. Give Douglan advantage on his attack.
Alrighty. Goblin 17. I am going to say that Goblin 17... Well, no, you're in front of people the same height as you. Can't do much about that in a single hallway. Nothing he can do. They're just all jockeying for position, wanting to get at you guys. Goblin 10 comes up beside. Again, the hallway is jammed with goblins. Taking us to Douglan.
Douglan kind of looks down and says, Corvus, big man, bear with me. I'd get you up, but I gotta lighten the numbers here a little. So I'm gonna not step on him, but kind of straddle him protectively. And then I am gonna, with my reach, target number 7. Can you, I can't get on 8 to take him off my target. Can you remove that for me?
I can.
Thank you, sir. All right. Advantage, correct?
Yep.
Yes. Thanks to the Raven.
There we go. Let's hopefully take this guy out. There we go.
Oh, nicely done.
There goes. And then he
An
has...
instant death.
Nice. So he is going to go 5 more feet and take his second attack on 17. I apologize. Can you take 7 off for me? I forgot to... Thank you, sir. I'm at 17 with the second.
Nice.
You hit.
Heavy. Okay.
Nice
Then
damage.
I am going to take a step. No, I'm going to stay right there. That's my turn. Actually, Nightingale, do you want to pop in, or you're good where you're at? Should we go down the hall a little?
Get Corvus off the ground, will you? I'll cover you.
Okay, maybe next round I count on this one. So I'm going to stay right there. And
Okay.
hopefully this guy walks into me. Actually, I apologize because I wanted to take a step back. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, you want to go back over.
Because I want him to walk into 10 feet because I get an opportunity attack if he gets because that guy had a sword, so I don't think he had his bow.
All right. That takes us to... That's it for you, Douglan?
Yes.
All
Hang
right.
in there, Corvus.
Goblin number 1. They're all putting away their bows and pulling out their swords since they can't get shots past each other in this narrow hallway. He does the same, and Corvus fails his second death save.
First death save, second death save. Yeah.
Yeah,
1 and
the
1
first
so far.
Yeah, 1 and 1. Okay.
Nightingale.
Nightingale will he'll drop his short sword, pull out his bow, step out, pop an arrow down the hallway, and then step back in.
Okay.
So let me just step out. First target he sees.
17.
Short bow.
Nice. Down. Such cool effects, Colin.
Yeah,
That's
that
really
is-
cool.
That's a good addition, bro.
Yeah. I've been reading about that one for a while. It sounded good. Just helps you understand what's going on the map better.
100%.
Then Nightingale will slip back into his porta potty cover.
All right.
Maybe they'll think twice, Douglan, before coming down.
We can only hope.
All right. Goblin 15 is going to run past 20.
Okay, I get an
30.
opportunity attack.
You sure do.
Make it count, Douglan. Make it count.
Come on, guys. There we go. Almost. He'll remember that one though. He can still
Right.
move. I don't have Sentinel, so one day maybe where it would stop him in his tracks. So he can still move.
All right. He comes up and takes a swing with his scimitar at Douglan. And he misses. Deflecting off Douglan's chainmail, I believe it is,
Yes.
without damage.
The old
Goblin.
chainmail's holding up.
13 is going to come racing past. Also with his scimitar pulled out. Dawn, what are you going to do here, Dawn? Douglan's in your way. right. There's not much she can do. She can't get an attack past Douglan, so she's gonna ready an action if Douglan moves out of the way and Goblin 15 comes into view. She's gonna shoot him with her light crossbow. Goblin 19 is gonna hold its position. Mithras.
Guess he's just going to do the same thing. Give advantage to whoever attacks Goblin 15.
All right. Goblin 10 is going to hold its position, which takes us to Douglan.
Corvus, I want to get you up, but I got goblins in my face. I'm gonna.
Good view of your buttocks.
Yes, be sure to teabag me when the combat's over.
I gotta take him out with the advantage. I'm gonna try to take him out. Number 15.
You hit.
Nice.
Oh!
Splattered him.
You cleave his head down to his shoulders.
Nothing but green mist.
Yes.
So he jabs his halberd like right through his head. He swings the goblin over his head, and then with the butt of the other end just pokes it on goblin number 13. Yes.
Yes. Blessed be, brothers. Blessed be.
Nicely done, Douglan.
Okay, I am going to take a step forward because I want to be able to heal. I'm going to take a shot next round. Is this? Oh no, there's more. Gosh darn it. Okay, I'm going to stay right there.
Okay.
I like how the
Clambering over the pile of growing goblin bodies.
Have you noticed the blood level in the hearts going down every turn?
Yeah, it's very
Dude.
cool.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
It's neat.
Well, because you're 50-50 right now on your
Yeah.
Save.
on your saves.
Nightingale.
And that's it for you, Douglan?
Yeah, I'm going to hold there.
All right. Goblin 1 races forward.
Come to Papa. Actually, 10 feet away, I get a shot at him. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I thought that was going to
Oh,
be a
darn
20.
Darn it. Okay.
So Egan, what is you get an opportunity attack
It's his
At 10
reaction.
feet. Yeah,
as a
reaction.
and it's a reaction?
Polearm Master, I have reach. So
Yep.
any creature coming in within 10 feet gets an opportunity attack if I have one available. And this was
Nice.
I had just done my turn. So they can still
Nice.
move. I hope one day to get Sentinel. That means they would stop in their tracks. And so in theory, I could keep them at bay without them being able to take
able to get up to attack you.
But I don't have that yet. So
All right, Goblin 1 races up, swinging like a mad banshee. Its scimitar all up in your grill.
Yes.
And it glances off your chainmail once again in a goblin curse.
little pieces of chain though are falling off. It's an old piece of armor. He hasn't taken good care of it, so
Succeed
Okay,
your
good.
second death save.
oh look at you're right, man. It goes down. That's so cool.
So it fills up as you lose it. It empties as you succeed. That's interesting, man. Very cool. I think that's a
Alright,
bit
then.
metagame, though.
Well, it just helps you keep track of what's going on with the death rolls, right? You know, anyway, we're all keeping track.
Yeah, it's not like I wouldn't say, hey, I've only got
Nightingale.
one more death save. Somebody might want to do something. As it is, we got a minimum of 2 more turns before I die.
Well, you're not dying. So Nightingale, seeing Douglan's kind of advanced and seems to be squishing goblins left and right, he'll put his bow away. And can I reach behind Douglan and put a hand on Corvus? If I was to lay down and kind of reach for him?
The very long legs with large feet.
You're
Can't hear
muted,
you, Colin.
Yes, you could grab him by a foot.
Okay. Nightingale puts his hand on Corvus's foot and mumbles a prayer that Douglan doesn't quite hear, but you can tell he's doing something, and I hit him with a spare the dying. And there's there's nothing I can do for that. There
Nope,
should be. There's no like ability or anything. He's just
No,
Yeah,
he
I think
just goes to 1 hit point, right?
No, it just means I don't have to make any. I stabilize, so I don't
He's
have to make any more
stabilized.
death saves.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'll read it to you, Colin, just so you know. You touch a living creature that has 0 hit points, and the creature becomes stable. So
Okay.
he no longer needs to do death saves. He's stable.
So I will remove You're still unconscious, but I'm going to remove unconscious,
So it
but
doesn't
still give you
automatically-
12 hit points, so it
Yeah.
doesn't keep rolling.
And
You're
then, like,
stable.
after he's done his prayer, he'll look up to Douglan. I've stabilized him. He won't die on us, but we've got to move back, Douglan. We can't stay here.
Nightingale, I'm gonna take a hit from the next one to get the big guy up. Don't worry. He's behind me now. I want to be between them and him.
I'll do my best to cover you.
And remember, he
End of
likes it when you
Nightingale.
cup it, when you toss that on him. Soft and then hard.
All right. Is that it for you, Nightingale?
Yes.
All right. Dawn. Dawn again readies an action. The next goblin she can get a clean shot at, she will do so. Goblin 19 is just peeking around the corner at the end of the room, not quite willing to run in there where his brethren are piling up in goblin bodies. Mithras.
What is it? That's Goblin 10. Well, he's going to do the same thing. He's going to, seeing as there's only one goblin between him and the next person's initiative, he's going to go ahead and distract goblin number 1 with the help action.
All right.
That'll be you, Nightingale.
Goblin 10 is also holding a position back with Goblin 19. They're just kind of peeking around the corner, kind of deciding if they really want to run in there and get chop sueyed like the others.
Stay away from the chunky human.
Douglan.
I just want to heal 1. I don't know how to do it. I did all 5. Sorry. Can you give Corvus
1 hit point.
1 hit point? Yeah. And that'll leave me with 3. I just want to get him up.
You just want to give him 1 hit point?
Yeah,
Okay.
just to
Yep,
get him. I
he's
mean,
at 11.
1 or 2 doesn't. At least I have 3 more in case one of us or somebody else goes down.
Okay, he is at 11 hit points.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter
Damage.
if I'm at 1 or 12. I have such bad luck that I'm dropping anyways. So.
Well,
We'll just leave you at
hopefully-
1.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully though now like you're,
Yeah, he's
I'm
up.
in
He can start
between.
shooting arrows once we clear the hallway. That's good. So all we need is another guy up off the ground.
Is that it for you, Douglan?
Yeah, because that's my action. I can't really move. Yeah, that's it.
Me.
All right. Goblin 1 is going to attack Douglan. Another one glances off the chainmail.
This
Good call.
rickety stuff is holding with spit and glue.
Music
Corvus,
stopped.
you are coming
Oh, there
to
it is.
your feet.
If I duck, could he get a shot off, or is the goblin too small?
The goblin's too small.
Well, I'll pick myself up, grab my bow,
Fall
and
back.
yeah, I'll move back here just in case something comes out of that door up from the north.
All right.
And I will ready in action for the second somebody comes into view. They're going to get an arrow in the eye.
Oh, in the eye. Okay. That's it for you, Corvus.
Yep.
Nightingale.
You little divine. Nightingale will pick his short sword up, as he's kind of seeing this goblin slash at Douglan, and he'll come around the corner and stab it as it's kind of left open there.
You have advantage, my friend.
Nice.
You are the next attack against said goblin. Your sword connects.
I must be having some delay going on here. That's okay.
Yeah, I think
There
I
we go.
am too. Every once in a while, the music cuts out for me, but usually when somebody's rolling or
So because I have advantage and Douglan's there, I'll get my sneak attack.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
And I put that on myself. Is that correct? Yes. This. Oh yeah, look at
Come on, man.
Oh,
Darn it.
that's
I was
just
gonna say,
wrong.
Douglan,
Move
give me a
down.
break. I'm reaching around a corner.
Yeah, I'm in a shit house and I'm reaching around the corner.
the
Okay.
fumes are making my
And,
eyes water.
because Douglan can't really see, I'll be like,
Corvus is up and move back, Douglan. We can fall back now. Take this bugger out so I can get out of this crapper.
All right.
and that's the end of Nightingale's turn.
All right. Once again, Dawn readies in action as soon as she's got a clear shot. Goblin 19 is deciding to run away. Mithras.
He is just going to fly back to Corvus's shoulder because he doesn't want to go in that room by himself. Because
All right.
he's just a bird.
He's doing
Goblin
so well.
10 is racing after Goblin 19. Douglan.
Oh, it was on a 20. Oh,
Yep, but you rolled a 2 on your thing, so you did it. All you need is a 15.
Yeah.
nice.
Blessed be.
Bless.
There we go.
But
That's the sound I
Here's
was
him.
hearing.
Right through the forehead with the tip of his polearm. Do I see the other two? They're out of sight.
Yeah. You. I mean, they've disappeared. You're not sure where they are.
Mm-hmm. Douglan is heaving. He's like,
I think we should follow them.
Are you okay to continue?
Keep going. If we don't catch them, they'll bring the rest down on our heads.
I think he's got a point, Douglan.
All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Look vicious. Look vicious. Sucking that dad bod.
All right. You enter this this room. Based on it looks like a lot of smashed up old furniture in here, tables and chairs, which they've been burning, just all piled in the southwest corner. They've got a fire pit sort of built in the middle of the room, and for the most part, the rest of the room is
I only get 30.
nothing particularly unique about it. And you can hear the goblins scurrying down the hallway to the east.
Shall we keep pace? Can I see Goblin 10? I see it, but can I see it?
If you can see it, you can see it.
All right. So I'm going to 5, 10, right there and take a crack, if I may.
Look at us, right back into combat, just like you wanted to. We will move to... Okay, so Douglan, you're up in the combat tracker, so we'll give you initiative. Let everybody move their movement. If you're going to move Nightingale, do so.
Oh, back us up in the hallway, will you, lass?
You see that?
Corvus.
She actually stepped around the latrine, but didn't want to get too close. That's great.
Corvus, I'm going to take a strike and then get out the way. Use them spears of yours. And yes, I know they're arrows, but they're as big as spears. May I attack?
You may.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a 20.
He hits the wall, but the boomerang lets him use the butt of his halberd. Give him another shot. There we go.
You hit with your second attack.
All right.
Your halberd smashes into the back of the goblin's head, caving it in.
Nice. All right. 5, 10, 15.
Oh, I can't see him because it's too dark.
You could shoot blindly down the hallway.
Yeah, could I shoot with disadvantage, seeing as I just saw him a second ago?
Absolutely. I'll give you that.
Focus your chi, Daniel-san.
Yes.
Still hit!
Yeah!
You hear a scream from the goblin, and it continues to scurry down the hallway. Nightingale.
So at this point, armed with his short sword, I'm going to take the dash action. And I will dash right up to the creature.
All right. It's staggering down the hallway with this arrow sticking out of its back.
And I will yell out in Goblin,
Turn and face me, you pink skin.
just a total insult to goblins.
He's the racist. I gotta leave this party.
That's the end. I took the dash action, so I don't get to attack.
That's it. Hop on this for World's version of Twitter. Let's cancel this asshole.
All right, Dawn. Dawn takes... And she has got her... She's down on one knee with her crossbow ready to shoot should she get a shot at the goblin. Goblin 19 spins around and takes a scimitar attack against Nightingale.
I'm dead. Just realized I got like 3 hit points left.
Brave but foolish.
It
Oh, and it's 22.
slashes across. And Nightingale is dropped.
But hey, that clears the view for Dawn.
It does indeed.
Way to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Douglan's like surprisingly brave.
Oh, she misses.
That's it. Dawn's useless. Let's get rid of her.
Yeah,
Damn
exactly.
it, Dawn. The man laid down his life for you.
Mithras.
Mithras is going to shoot forward from Corvus's shoulder and fly in the face of the goblin, distracting it with its help action.
All right. That takes us to Douglan.
Advantage, right, Craig?
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Oh, so close. Oh, that's dead.
Dead mofo.
You decapitate it with a poke forward.
As it's standing over Nightingale, I just come up and just skewer it and toss it like 10 feet back. And then I kneel down and because this seems to be working, I hold my amulet and put my hand on his forehead and give him 1 HP. I'm down to 2, guys. Could you please stop dying? Could you please stop dying?
Can we talk about this?
As Nightingale comes back to life, he's, oh, mother of God!
Oh, I mean, I'll get that goblin.
No one heard that, did they,
was,
Douglan?
That was brave. Foolish, but brave. Well done, lad, and I help him up.
1 hit point. Oof.
And you are
Welcome
no
to
longer
my world.
unconscious.
Douglan, what's around the corner ahead of us?
Do you have a torch,
Um,
Douglan?
I can light one, yeah. Actually,
Douglan
no, I never.
still has a torch.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
never put it out.
Yeah, that's why when he stepped around the corner, I couldn't see the goblin anymore because the torchlight stuff.
Ah, I'll peek around the corner, Colin. Bashir will look and just peek around that corner.
There is nothing in there.
Can we search the goblins?
Oh yeah.
Maybe?
Jeez, Douglan. I was just talking to the big man upstairs.
Sorry. I mean, folks, we probably should take a beat here.
Yeah, I
Taking
could
one on
use
the
a
chin.
rest.
I've already used my hit dice, so a short rest isn't going to help me. We'll have to take a long rest, but I don't think that would be a good idea.
Well, I can benefit from a short rest. So if we could short rest, well, you guys maybe search the bodies.
Yep.
Okay. What do we find?
So you on the goblins, as usual with these types of creatures, their armor and weapons are very crudely made. Nothing of value there. Throughout their various pouches and hidden bags under their armor and such, you do find a fair number of silver and gold, 180 silver and 20 gold. You take off of this dozen goblins.
Corvus, throw all the bodies into the bathroom. Close the door.
I can help you.
I'll do it. I'll mutter about being a mule under my breath as I do it.
Oh, Douglan's gonna help. You grab the legs. I'll grab the. Well, you probably could lift one, maybe two by yourself.
I grab two, yeah.
By the
They are
head.
small. I will take two.
By the heads, yeah. Like,
We have two doors here that we might. I'll listen at the doors.
yeah, I'm not rolling the hit dice yet. We're not safe yet.
Want me to make
Okay,
that?
so you take some time and clean up all the bodies, dragging them into the latrine.
Anything of value in the latrine?
The latrine itself, as you're dragging the bodies in there, it has a large wooden table in the middle of the room that looks like people would have been shackled to the table, and hanging on the walls around this. The room is circular in nature. There are like hooks and spikes and pinchers and all kinds of instruments of torture and persecution. This is clearly some sort of torture chamber. It is absolutely nauseatingly revolting in there. It appears they've hacked the hole out in the middle of the table and they just plop themselves up there, and there's a large pile of goblin poo-poo under the table.
Okay.
Nothing in here that I want. Even if there was some type of magic item sticking into that pile, I would not get it. Not worth it.
Well, these guys are doing it. Nightingale will kind of shimmies himself over to the wall and hammers the butt end of that arrow sticking into him through himself, snaps it off and pulls it out the other side. Just about faints doing it, but had to remove that before he's going to rest up and patch himself up.
All right, Corvus, you said you're going to take a listen at these doors.
Yes.
All right. Where are you starting there?
I'll start at the one closest to me, so the north door.
The south door?
Or sorry, south. South is what I meant.
You hear nothing on the other side of that door. There's just silence.
Then I'll go check the other one.
All right, give us another roll.
Well, didn't quite get there, which is too bad because it was 16.
And again, you don't hear anything on the other side of the door. It's just silence.
Chances are, if there was something in there, it would have come at the sounds of combat.
I think you're
Dawn's
right,
gonna go in
Corvus.
first.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll go in this one first. Actually, is it locked?
Are we going to give him a rest first? Hour rest?
Seems like a pretty decent spot for a. It's got a fire in
Okay.
here. It's
So are you going to rest? Take a short rest?
Douglan, are you
plan,
okay for a short rest?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm just wondering if lay on hand. I think it's a long rest only. So I mean, I'll take it and I'll stand guard, but I won't benefit from anything. But it's fine.
Nightingale can.
Yeah, for sure. No, if we need to, let's do it. I mean, listen, right as we start, I'll do a divine sense to see if there's any creature, and then it'll replenish after the thing. So, but it only checks for celestials, fiends, or undead within 60 feet of me. I'm just doing it because a short rest replenishes it. So I'll do a divine sense. And I don't even know what's going on. I just sort of like grab my amulet and close my eyes, and I kind of tune out everything, and I just sort of send my thoughts all throughout and see if anything comes back.
You don't sense anything around you of concern.
And again, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of closing my eyes and taking a beat. But it seemed like different from times before when I did that.
Want to run? Do I roll the hit dice before the short rest or after? Probably after, right?
It doesn't make any difference because they'll only replenish with a long rest.
Okay, come on. Good roll here. I need some hit points. That's nice. That's nice. Did it show up?
All right. I'll run a short rest. I didn't see anything.
Oh.
Torches went out.
Yes.
That it was an epic. Nice. There you go.
Full health.
That was an epic short rest, by the way, with the symphony and everything.
Yeah.
All right. So
Can we
we'll
take
have
a quick bathroom break?
Yeah,
You guys
I'll
mind?
sure can.
second that.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good idea.
Okay, we'll be right back.
During the short rest, as they're kind of Nightingale's patching himself up, he'll describe what he heard on the other side of the door. He's like, they were speaking Goblin, but their voices were too husky to actually have been goblins speaking it. So I think we might be in for something unusual in the hallway to the north.
Where there are goblins, there is often orcs. At least in my homeland. Perhaps it's them.
Could be right, Corvus. I'm feeling quite recovered. Seems me punching a hole through my body with that arrow just seemed to clot up nicely.
Got your back
Clotted
on your
up
feet.
nicely. All right, the hour of rest is uninterrupted. None of you hear, any sign of any goblins, or there's no activity to the north where Nightingale had heard the voices behind the door. It's rather eerily quiet throughout the temple.
Is
I'm
it-
gonna light a torch so I can see and stuff.
Would it be possible for Nightingale to fetch one of his arrow from the goblin he shot it in?
Yeah, you can always recover half your ammunition if you spend a little time at it.
Well, I can do that kind of stuff on a short rest, right? As long as you're not exerting yourself. Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
I only shot one arrow, so
Yeah, you got half of one back.
half of one doesn't help me. Yeah.
Well, do you want to head north where I heard the voices?
There's this door down here. We should
You
check
want me
it.
to
I
check
need
the doors?
to give a torch back to
Sure.
Dawn. Who
Yeah,
else
and
is
I'll
lighting up a torch? Corvus?
I did, yeah.
I will.
And
Well,
Douglan?
remember, Douglan, you can't hold a torch and wield a polearm.
I mean, I can drop it and then pick it up. It doesn't go out.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. I assume that's what you've been doing is
Yeah.
manhandling your torch up and down.
I put it between my teeth,
Ooh, that's
like a
bad.
gigantic cigar. Do you guys want me to check the door to the west here?
I think we should check both.
Corvus, do you want to cover him with your bow?
Well, I can't shoot past him, but I will stand here and be ready.
You do look
terribly
Dawn,
intimidating.
Dawn kneels down just in front of Corvus with her light crossbow ready to assist if she can as well.
Is the door locked?
The door is not locked.
All right. Well, I will open said door. And
All right. As you open the door, you hear a little bit of scurrying and it almost sounds like crying coming from off to the south part of the room, out of your view as you first look into the room.
Okay, I'm going to take a step in.
All right, so there is a bubbling cauldron of some sort of rather stinky concoction roaring on a fire to the north part of the room. Looks like it's being cooked up. The smell is not very appetizing. There's a couple of wooden tables on the west wall. There's piled up animal carcasses of various types in various stages of being butchered. And you see in the southeast corner, there are two very dirty and naked humans cowering in the corner, not even looking towards you. They are highly malnutritioned, and they're just kind of cowering together in the corner, not even looking in your direction.
How old did you say? Or do I estimate?
They look like they're, maybe late teens, early 20s, sort of.
So I'm going to, let's say, take a step back, hands out like that, put the torch down, and in common, obviously, because that's all I speak, not celestial. Hey, are you two all right? Any acknowledgement?
No, they're just cowering together, both with their heads sort of in the corner, not even looking in your direction.
Nightingale, we might need a little bit more gift of gob here. We got a couple of really malnourished youths. Come have a look.
Nightingale will come in, short sword drawn. He's not quite sure what.
All right. You see what you kind of perceive as some sort of makeshift kitchen. Again, the smell of whatever's cooking along the north wall is not very appetizing, but you see what Douglan is talking about with the two very dirty, naked humans cowering in the corner, looking quite abused.
Nightingale will quickly sheath his short sword, and then in the calmest, most kind, I guess would be the or description, be like, we don't mean you any harm. We're friends, and I'll use a persuasion check to try to break the ice with these terrified humans.
Okay, give us a roll. It's a DC 15. They continue to cower in the corner. Again, not even looking to see who is there talking to them.
Dawn!
Nightingale will call to Dawn.
Dawn! We found other people. Were you missing any more to your party?
They don't belong to us.
They seem to be afraid of us. Do you think you could talk with them and find out what's the story behind two naked people in a goblin stronghold?
Um, leave us alone for a few minutes.
Agreed. I didn't
Who?
seem to make much of a impression. They must not know me.
I'm an idiot, by the way, Barry, because I have persuasion and I could have given you the assist action. Good Lord, what an idiot. I'll step out, feeling shame.
All right. Douglan, you hear Dawn approaches them, and she's talking, asking their names and where they came from. There's, after a few minutes of persistent speaking with them and that, you do hear a few mumbled things. You can't hear very well what's being said. And then Dawn makes her way back over and to Douglan, and she says, "They're just scared shitless. They're not going anywhere."
Can they tell us what happened?
I can't get a word out of any of them.
Nightingale will they're talking and Dawn's trying to get. He's gonna root through his stuff and out of a sack he pulls some common clothes and brings it to Douglan and them and is like, Dawn, if you could suggest that these it's girls, Colin?
Nope, they're both men.
That these lads throw some clothes on and find their way out of here. Tell them to wait for us at the front of the cave. Maybe we can bring them back to safety on our way out.
All right, Dawn takes the clothes, and again, talking to them for a bit. She offers up the clothes, puts it there, suggests that they get dressed and find their way out, and she's, I don't think they're going to do much of anything.
Douglan
It'd
is
actually be best for them to wait in here, and then we get them on our way out.
you may have the right of
I
it.
would have to agree.
Douglan
don't have
is going
time.
to take a ration kit and divide it. You said they're malnourished, right?
Very.
Okay. He's going to hand it to Dawn and say, tell them not to eat all of this at once, to eat this slow, and just divides it in half and then half again and gives them.
All right. She offers up the food and the clothes and leaves it there and talks to them a little bit again and tells them to stay put, that you guys will come back to collect them when you're leaving. They never once answer back or even look from in the corner.
They did take the food, though?
Or they haven't touched anything yet.
Okay. All right.
Nightingale will go listen to this door to the south, Colin.
All right, give me a perception check. Dawn will close this door behind you.
3.
You hear your heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump.
Something's in there.
Not wanting to look foolish that all he can hear is his own terrified soul. He'll be like,
Are you ready, Douglas? I'm going in.
and he'll open the door. If it's not locked.
It is not locked.
Okay. He'll open it quietly. If it opens in, he'll try to stay kind of behind the door as he's opening it.
This door does open into the room you're in.
Then I'll kind of stand to the side and open it and then peek around down the hallway.
All right, there is a hallway ahead of you.
Okay. I'll be like,
Douglan, stay here. I'll sneak to the end and have a peek. Don't want your torchlight giving me away.
Fair enough.
and I will sneak to the edge to peek around the corner, Colin. Give you a stealth check.
There you go.
Nice. You quietly approach the corner and peek around, and about 15 feet or so to the west, there is a door This door, written on the door, it says "Keep Out," scrawled in Goblin, written in chalk, much like you've seen warnings on other doors.
Okay. I will sneak to the door and give a listen.
Okay,
Here's my
give me a perception check.
stealth check. Not that great, but that's okay. And then the perception. Come on, big roll. Yeah. Doing awesome tonight.
You hear nothing on the other side of the doorway.
Can I tell if this door is locked?
The door does not appear to be locked. There's no locking mechanism that you can see from your side.
I open towards me or into the room?
It away from you towards the west.
Nightingale, do you want me to come up? Are you okay?
Just give me a second.
I will open the door and peek in.
All right. You see quite a large room, probably the largest room that you've encountered so far. It has benches, sort of spaced apart throughout the room. They don't, it definitely looks like the goblins have not ransacked this room. Everything is still neatly positioned, benches throughout the room. Towards the north, you can see a large statue. The statue, again, is similar to the two that you saw when you first came into the room. A depiction of Elok. And yeah, that's pretty much it. There's something painted on the walls of the room, but it's hard to see with your dark vision.
But nothing moving or
nothing moving in the room that you can see.
Okay, I'll quietly close the door and I'll just walk back out. Be like,
It's just some sort of prayer temple type room. No one was in there.
Well, at least we eliminate more on our back.
Now it's just that door ahead where I heard those strange voices. Shall we?
To the east?
To the north.
To the north.
Oh,
There's
it's
the
down
door at the end of the corridor.
Corvus,
down the east.
you bring up the rear. You still look terribly hurt, my good man.
I'm going to walk till that first corner and then I'm going to stop there, Colin.
Okay.
Do I see anything down the hallway? Hear anything?
To the east?
Yes, sorry, to the east.
No. You hear nothing down the hallway to the east.
So do I recognize that that's where we came from with the bubbly room?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. You still have your bearings good in here.
Then I will move up to the next one. But I will sneak, and I'll kind of tell Douglan and the rest to just hold back a second.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
There we go.
Voice.
You're like the wind.
Oh, excuse me.
Not the Patrick Swayze song.
It's that rabbit stew I had earlier. Whew.
I will go up to the door and do my best to listen.
All right, perception, please.
Nice.
You hear the voices murmuring on the other side of the door again. It sounds like two creatures of some sort having a conversation in Goblin. You still can't quite make out what they're saying. They're not talking very loudly. You can hear a fire crackling in the room. But listening to the door for a few moments, you're fairly certain they're just the two of them involved in the conversation.
Okay. Nightingale will kind of look back to them and be like, any of that made sense to anyone? He has no clue, but hey.
This is the last place we have to go. We either go in or we leave.
What's down this other hallway to the
I can
east?
check.
Oh, I thought it was just an ended hallway. Never mind.
Is it? I'll check it out.
You haven't seen to the end of that hallway to the east yet.
Quiet, Douglan. Stealthily, my friend.
I'll try.
Chink,
I'm
chink,
not-
clink, clink.
I'm not the sveltiest, as you can see.
Let's have the occasional fart.
Yeah, exactly. Like old man creaks every step. You guys ever walk upstairs?
Yeah.
Snap, snap.
What does Douglan see?
The hallway continues off to the east.
The long hallway.
Well, I think that's far enough to where if anything comes, we've got a couple of rounds. So I'm gonna come back and tell the gangs it's just a really long hallway. Perhaps we can deal with these two first.
Then let's see if we can bring them to us.
I like
Nightingale
the
will
idea.
turn and he'll try to knock on the door roughly around the height of a goblin.
Wait.
No,
Wait.
sorry.
Wait.
It's been done.
I can have Mithras make some type of noise to have them drawn out.
Well, as I knock on the door, in goblin and in my best impression of a goblin, not a human speaking goblin or an elf speaking goblin, but a goblin speaking goblin, I'll be like,
Excuse me?
and then I will dart back and hide behind Douglan.
Archers on the
Corvus.
ready.
Corvus, get down the hallway.
Why, he can shoot
Take
them when they
cover.
open the door.
Dawn, you go in the shitter.
You hear from inside of the room, speaking in Goblin, a rather deep voice says, "What do you maggots want?"
Okay. I'll sneak back to the door and I'll be like,
We've heard noises at front.
and then I'll like listen to the door again, see if I can hear people coming towards it or things coming towards it.
A voice says, "Well, go see what it is."
I apologize, sirs, but the others did check and haven't returned. I'm afraid.
Douglan is stifling a laugh.
Okay, give us a performance check, please.
Oh, I'm at my best right
Voice.
now.
Oh, you are
Yes.
full on goblin.
You guys can
Douglan
see his
almost
whole
attacked you.
posture change. He's
Yeah.
like, scratching his
Douglan
butt
almost
while he's
You are
talking.
you are channeling the dead goblins.
Yeah.
What do you want us to do?
Can you check for me that they are alive?
Ugh. And you hear something get up, kind of push a chair so it squeaks across the floor, and start
they come.
coming towards the door.
When I see when I see Nightingale moving away from the door, I'll set my torch down on the ground and draw a knock and arrow, ready to shoot it whatever opens the door.
As
Dawn
Nightingale goes
does
back,
the
he goes,
same.
Dawn, get down so the big man can shoot over your head. And then I'll duck in behind Douglan.
She drops to one knee again, ready with her light crossbow to take a shot at whatever comes through the door. All right, suddenly the door kind of, you see it pick up a little bit and grinds across the floor, making a very large squeak and grinding noise. And standing there is a creature that looks like this. Never mind. I don't have the picture in this. It is... As the door kind of squeaks open, and it looks like a really huge goblin. Maybe a hobgoblin, even.
Can I roll a nature check to know what it is?
You may.
Nice.
It is a hobgoblin. You have
Of the
fought
genus
them before.
Hobus Goblinus?
Yes, of the genus Hoblis. Roll for initiative, everyone.
Would we get a surprise round?
Nope.
You-
They
I
were
believe
quite
you-
expecting somebody to be out there.
Fair enough.
I believe you still. Oh, I
Awesome.
thought it was a 1. I thought it was a 1.
That was.
That was. No, you got a 7, he got a 1.
Ooh,
Mithras,
Oh.
on the other hand.
That raven is on top of it. Nothing
Ready
was
for it.
surprising the raven.
Nightingale's too absorbed in his performance. I was like, I was fabulous. I was a goblin.
Yeah, you're totally praising
I
yourself.
channeled the goblins.
I was like,
Yeah.
I was like,
Did you see that?
"Blah." It's
He's
"Bleh."
like tapping Douglan. Did you see that? Did you see it?
Yeah.
You were,
All right.
You were a great lad.
Mithras has initiative.
Can we open the door so we can see them?
Oh, heck yes, we can.
Mithras is going to delay action, or can he delay it? It's like ready action. He wants to
Ready
go
in?
just, yeah, he wants to go and distract it, but he wants to go just before Corvus goes.
Okay. Yep, I'll give
Yeah.
you that.
So that's all he's going to do.
All right. The hobgoblin with the door open, kind of stands in the doorway looking to expect a goblin to be standing there, and sees Dawn and moves forward to attack Dawn.
Leaf, there's a opportunity attack.
Yeah, could you go back one square? I mean, I doubt I'll drop him, but can you go back one square? Thank you. From the side hallway, you don't see Douglan, you just see this pole arm coming.
Come on, critical hit. This is the time to do it, Douglan. Oh.
You jinxed him. You
Sorry.
should have told
Damn
him
it all.
crit fail.
Just kidding. Please move along.
So this is what you see.
Oh dear Lord, Dawn, you're dead. I mean, hold
It was
tough,
nice-
girl. Hold
It was
tough.
nice knowing her.
A lot of armor.
Yeah. Are they fully
All right.
armored?
He takes a step forward and attacks Dawn with his longsword. That's not right.
I was hoping she's got a really good AC.
Oh,
Ooh!
Oh
Good
dear
on.
that was
Lord.
the critical. Oh no.
Oh no. All of a sudden, Nightingale's feeling really guilty for some reason.
Oh, she takes a brutal slash, but is still on her feet.
He's got more pulse than you, Douglas. Or Douglan, sorry, Douglan.
All right, that takes us to Douglan.
All right. Hopefully he's found his range here.
A hit.
And then he swings it back around to the butt. No. That is my turn.
All right, Corvus, son of Murtok.
Mithras shoots forward and flaps into Hobgoblin's face.
All right.
Oops, I don't get to roll damage, I roll attack first.
Nice.
Yay.
All right.
Damage rolls are sucking.
The arrow glances off the hobgoblin's armor, and it's quite focused on ending Dawn's life. Dawn
Become someone your
drops
own
her light crossbow, pulls her short sword out, and swings at the hobgoblin's thighs. She
Nice.
connects. Oh, but barely gives him a mosquito bite.
All of our damage rolls have just been
Weak.
weak. Just when we need them to be hefty.
Yeah.
Hobgoblin 2 comes running into the hallway with his long sword drawn,
I had
ready to attack.
Yeah, I went, so I do have another opportunity attack.
It's only you only have one reaction.
No, I know, but I had
Oh
a
yeah, that's
turn.
right. You already had
Yeah.
a turn. That's
Yep,
right.
He's had a turn since then.
Nice.
You may opportunity away.
Come on, man. Die, you hobgoblin. You right bastard. Damn it. Damn it all. All right. Please continue.
Oops, sorry. No, actually, there's nothing else he can do that round. So we are at Nightingale.
There is no way for Nightingale to get past an attack, right? We both can't occupy the same square.
Correct.
I will. Jeepers creepers.
Where'd you get those peepers?
What was down this hallway, Douglan?
I only went like halfway. There was nothing for 60 feet.
Okay, Nightingale will say to Douglan, I'll look for an escape route. I'll be right back. And I will take the dash action down this hallway.
Okay.
Nightingale, if you wake something else up, I'm going to be really pissed.
Not as pissed as I'll be.
Yeah, because it's got to get through him to get to you.
Nothing but
All
hallway.
right. You do see up ahead of you,
Okay.
to the left, there appears to be another hallway that goes north.
Okay, that's the end of Nightingale's turn.
All right.
As I look like I've just stirred the hornet's nest and ran away.
Takes us back to Mithras.
Mithras is going to do the same thing he did last time. He doesn't want to go in first because the hobgoblin gets to go right after him and doesn't want to get smacked out of the air.
All right. The hobgoblin turns on Douglan. Was he connects. Oh, landing a wallop.
You're not going to take that, are you, Douglan?
I'm going to take it.
Add rage activated.
Yeah,
Gonna
damn,
take
can
it.
I go into rage?
Douglan.
All right. You've got my attention, Mr. Hobgoblin. Let's have at thee.
Oh, God.
My God, I got cold. I used all of them up with the little guys.
Here we go.
There we go.
You connect
At least
with
I get a
the
little bit
butt
in.
end of your pole arm.
Yes.
Yes. Nicely done, Douglan.
Nice.
I would, yeah, because I got an opportunity attack, but I would get an opportunity attack against me, right? If I backed up.
Yes, because that you've attacked that hobgoblin around the corner. It's within.
Got it. All right. Well, then I am going to wait for the next blue.
All right, which takes us to Corvus.
Alrighty.
Mithras is there, right?
I'm not,
Yeah.
you know what? Don't
Mithras.
critical. Whatever you do, don't critical.
Yeah, don't.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, Mithras in our well-practiced routine shoots forward as I raise my bow.
You didn't get advantage there.
You hit.
I did have 2 dice go, but there we go. Yeah. Just took a while for it to. Well, a little bit better.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Corvus, you bury that arrow right in its heart, and it just falls backwards into the room behind it. Nicely done.
Well, that's how you do it, gentlemen.
Nightingale, you can come back now.
Yes, all the big bad people are gone. I'm going to recover 1 arrow.
All right.
I will call in. Nightingale's going to carry on. It's not that I'm running away. I'm exploring and peek around that corner.
I did not.
You see there is a doorway.
Okay.
Douglan's going to go into where the hobgoblins were.
I'll take the dash action back.
All right. Douglan, you see you're guessing it's some sort of sleeping chamber. There's several beds pushed up against the western wall. The room is in better shape than most that you've seen in the temple so far. There's still some old tapestries hanging on the wall, although they're in very poor shape. But what immediately catches your eye is in the southeast corner of the room, there lies a male elf. He is bound, blindfolded, gagged, and looks to have been badly beaten.
Dawn, come. And I go in. Dawn, get over here. By the way, was there anything salvageable from the 2 hobgoblins? Perhaps plate mail of +3-ness?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Plate mail of +3-ness.
It's not +3, it's like +3.
It feels like it. It identifies as +3.
I gotta stay here and be ready to shoot anything that comes down that hallway while they search the room.
Just give me one quick second here.
By the way, did we ever get the gold, or did somebody already take it?
I believe it's just sitting in the party sheet.
No, from the other room, I distributed it to everyone.
Oh, okay, we got it.
That's why Mithras has money.
Yes.
I was going to bring it up after the game, but yeah, he's got money.
Wait a second.
He carries a little pouch around with him.
Yeah, it's got 65 silver and 5 gold.
Wait a second. We need to talk about this divided by 4 crap.
Crows like shiny things, so do ravens.
So do
All
rogues.
right. Dawn enters the room and immediately runs up. Oh my God, Father! She quickly starts, she pulls out a dagger and starts cutting the ties. He is unconscious.
We'll give him 1 hit point, leaving me with 2. Dawn, by your leave, may I give this your father a little bit of help here?
Yes, please do.
All right. So I do a Miyagi.
Oh yeah, Miyagi, I like that.
Grab, subconsciously grabs his amulet and just over his forehead, just shines some light. Gives him a little pick me up, just a little bit.
All right. The male elf starts to kind of come through, and he sees Dawn sitting, kind of crouched in front of him, and his eyes open, and he kind of fights to focus, and he looks, and he says, "Dawn, is that you?" She turns to him. "Yes, Father. I'm glad I could save you." And you see her just immediately kind of shake her head like, "Ugh, you're such an ass." He sits up and kind of looks over at Douglan and goes, "Did I save you too?"
Listen, this is a very touching family reunion, but can you walk, sir?
"If it gets us out of here, I can walk."
I think we should be on our way, although we've taken out a lot of these nasties. There could be many more on their way.
He gets up and walks over. There's a pile of stuff in the northeast corner, and he starts putting back on armor and putting his swords, and clearly it's his stuff that was piled up in the corner there. He's getting himself suited back up, and he turns back to Dawn and says, "Did you find the mask?" She looks at Douglan and, "No, we haven't, Father." "Then we can't leave until we find it."
Corvus, can you make out what they're saying?
Can I hear the conversation from where I am?
You can. Yeah, you can clearly hear them talking in there with the door open.
The father wants us to stay here and look for the mask like a fool. I don't think he's noticed that most of us are injured.
Yeah, Douglan's gonna it's a half elf?
No, they're full elves.
Full elves. Master Elf, first, can I get your name, please?
Well, you certainly can. It's Ferrik.
Listen, Ferrik, we're happy that you're alive. Happy we found it for your daughter here, but me and my friends over there, we're pretty beat up. We've taken quite a bit to get you here and get you out of here. Perhaps maybe we come back another time. We ain't got much left. I do have persuasion, by the way.
He walks over to Douglan and he says, "And your name, sir?"
It's Douglan.
Douglan, this lot in here, they don't do much. If you all need rest, I suggest this is probably the safest place we could be with those two lugs out there. Hide their bodies and we'd be safer in here than anywhere else around this temple.
Well, let me ask you something before we agree to that. How many of these goblins have you seen? We've only seen 2 of these big dudes, these big big lads. The rest are just those wee goblins, but they're all over the place. How many have you seen?
Oh, there's maybe a dozen or so of them.
Total.
That you know of.
That
There
I
could
know
be
of.
many more.
There could be.
The safest place for us would be back at the inn.
I say, Corvus, Corvus, Nightingale, come on in. We need to talk this out. He won't leave without the mask. He says that we can sleep here the night, rest up, replenish, and then head back out. What are your thoughts, Corvus? I know how you feel.
We were not paid to retrieve a mask. We were paid to retrieve a elf. There he sits.
I'm not sure what my daughter promised you, but we will double it if you will stay, rest up, and help us find the mask.
What is this mask? Why are goblins looking for it? And you?
The goblins aren't looking for it. They have it. They don't know what they have.
And what would that be?
The mask is called Nightbringer. It belongs to a sect, a fanatical sect, who worship Elok. We came to get it as part of an initiation to an adventurer's guild. I don't want to leave without it. If you've been able to make it this far, we can certainly make it to the mask.
Nightingale will kind of walk over and put his arm around Douglan and be like, kind of lean over into his ear and be like,
Douglan, I know time is of the essence, and I don't want to underplay that at all, but doubling our money might be able to pay for a lot of tongues to loosen up when you're looking for information, if you know what I mean. We could use an influx of cash, as I'm sure all of us are not flush on the coin, and who knows what we have in our future. This could be beneficial to us, and I think it might not be a bad thing if we just camp out in this room. I agree with them. We've taken a couple of short breaks, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of traffic, so I think we should try to help them.
Douglan's going to take a moment, just definitely torn. I feel like we won't be able to leave unless we retrieve the mask. And if we don't leave with them, we don't get paid. Coin will help. We're short. We can't get to the Vanguard without it. Corvus, I agree with you. It's probably not the smartest, but we may not have a choice.
Nightingale will grab one of
Ferrik
the...
comes over to Douglan, kind of overhearing the conversation between, and he turns to Douglan and he says, I don't know what it is you're looking for, but if you're looking for it in Whalespell, I can help. I have many contacts in Whalespell.
Now you're speaking my language, Ferrik. Say no more. We need all the help
us
we can
with
get.
this task, and I will help you.
Nightingale, Corvus. For my
Corvus.
part, we need the help.
You don't mind killing goblins, Corvus. Come on.
True. And I'll admit, I am not comfortable leaving a relic with such an inauspicious name in the hands of goblins. Agreed.
Nightingale will kind of walk to the other side of the room, looks for a spot that looks fairly comfortable, sits down and be like,
Okay, I think the first thing we do is drag those bodies in, Corvus.
I will take them to the shitter.
Ooh,
By
that-
the way, did we search and did we find anything?
on the hobgoblin bodies.
In this room, between what you're able to take from the quite fat purses on the hobgoblins and a small chest that you find open, sitting in the room with some more gold, you are able to collect 110 gold pieces from between the hobgoblins and what is a chest that's open with a bag of gold in it that's open. They were clearly counting their money when they were interrupted.
I'm rich. I'm going to retire back on the winery. See y'all.
Fuck
This
my
has been
family.
good. This has
I
been
can
good,
buy a
but-
new one.
Buy
I
a
can
new
buy
one.
a new family.
Back in teenage daughters, forget it. I want no part.
Okay, Colin, we'll
yeah.
secure the room, kind of set up a watch and bunker down for the night.
All right.
Being that there's
Um,
3 elves in this room, we'll let the human and the little,
Lion.
So you close up the door for the night.
you guys can sleep the night.
Again, it takes a couple of you guys to pick this door up and kind of jam it back into place. It's,
It only takes me.
or Corvus.
Nightingale will
And,
try to help, but he's
Takes
not.
one Corvus or two.
The
God
door
knows.
is lockable from the inside as well.
Nice.
There's a nice fireplace burning here. The room is nice and warm. 3 very comfortable looking beds.
I
Douglan,
sleep on the
before
floor.
he goes to bed. Before he goes to bed, like reaches in his pack and he gets this ointment that smells really medicine-y and he kind of rubs it on some of his muscles.
The,
then he lays
the
down.
medieval A535.
I was thinking Ben Gay.
All
And
right.
Douglan is so freaking sore right now. Like he is not moving well. He gets down. He's like, listen, seeing, I know the elves are probably 400 or 500 years old, but I'm really the oldest. Do you guys mind if I took one of the beds?
I will not sleep in a bed that a hobgoblin slept in. I'll sleep on the
yourself.
floor.
You probably don't fit. Anyway.
I don't fit anyway, and I'm not a big fan of lice.
All right. I will run a long rest for the party.
I can't believe we survived this long. By the skin of our literal teeth.
I like combats that are
Yeah.
where you're like, oh, am I rolling a new character second game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Colin, we
Believe
were
me,
like,
a couple of times I'm like, oh,
No, I'm
guys are
telling
rolling really bad here.
It happens. It happens. I like Corvus, but
Oh yeah, if it happens,
I'm
it
not worried
happens.
about
We
it.
talked about it.
happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
100%.
I will take good care of Mithras. I promise.
if I die, Mithras gets buried with me.
Oh, how king tut of you. Jeez.
Bring him with me to afterlife. He leads the way.
Sorry, Mithras.
Yeah.
You knew the deal.
You knew the deal coming into
He knew
this.
the deal.
Are
He
you
knew
sure?
the deal when he signed up.
He read the fine print.
As everybody's kind of bedding down for the evening and whatever, Nightingale will hum a local folk tune, just something he's heard along the road, just to help everybody relax. He's not going to whip out the instrument. That might be just a little too outrageous.
Appreciate it if you keep your instrument in your pants.
So we are obviously we're gonna rotate through the night. There's a lot of elves here, so there'll be no problem with coverage for the night while everybody sleeps. The night, you guys don't, basically whoever's on guard will say was sitting with their back against the door, listening down into the hallway. There is not a peep in this temple the entire night.
I actually would have slept in front of the door, like right in front of the door.
Yeah.
Douglan is snoring really loud, like only a dad can.
During the evening, if there's a chance for Nightingale and Ferrik to be kind of Ferrik, he'll try to become friends with Ferrik and question how did you find out about this mask?
So, yeah, Ferrik is resting. He's eating, because he hasn't eaten in quite a while, and drinking and that. And he says, "Well, what's your name, lad?"
They call me Nightingale.
Well, Nightingale, it's good to meet you. As I believe my daughter has told you, we're trying to become members of the Adventurers Guild. It's located all throughout the protected lands here. They're known as the Wanderers. This is a little something that Dawn and I decided to try several years ago after her mother's unfortunate passing away, and we were given the task by the Wanderers. They have adventures, I guess, that they will send those that wish to join on, and we chose this one, but we did not know that the goblins were going to be here when we decided to search the temple. I promised Dawn that we would succeed at this, and I took a chance in going in the temple by myself, and unfortunately in short order I was captured by those little green bastards.
Well,
Corvus in his sleep is goblin bastards.
I'll be like,
you're lucky your daughter's shown such bravery.
Oh, indeed, she is much like her mother.
Now, where we've been through quite a fair bit of this temple and we haven't seen any mask. Do you have any idea where you think it's hidden? Or located, I should say.
Yes, unfortunately I do. There was... I'm not sure what type of creature. It was... It looked like a very large goblin was wearing the mask. It came to visit the two that were in this room and left again. This maybe a day or two ago. Time was traveling very strangely for me. They spoke something of their next raid and it disappeared, but I have no reason to believe it has left the temple.
oh,
Is Douglan still asleep?
yeah, we're letting Douglan sleep the whole night. You don't even need to take a watch with 3 elves. None of you regular sleepers need to get up.
Totally appreciates it.
I'll be like, well, as far as I can tell with where we've explored, there's only a few places left that this creature could be occupying without us having come across it. There was a doorway barred shut with what looked like spikes keeping it closed. There was another door that said keep out in Goblin, and then just out of this room down the hallway there seems to be another doorway.
There was another one that had a warning danger on it too, that there were...
Based on the interaction between these two and the one wearing the mask, they seemed quite subservient to it. I don't believe that it would be locked away. It seemed maybe that it was even in charge.
Well then. We'll just continue to explore what we haven't explored and hope for the best.
Indeed.
Now, I know my comrades can be a little difficult at times, but just so that I can put their worries at ease, where perhaps are your daughter and you keeping all of this gold that you're supposedly paying us for this?
It is in our home in Walespell.
Oh, you live in Walespell. That's convenient.
We do.
Well then, we will go on the honor system, I guess.
Maggie.
Nightingale will, just idle chit chat with the guy, kind of going over his story just to try to get how much detail he can about his Ferrik's experience in this temple. If he can remember.
Yeah, Ferrik, Ferrik and Nightingale chat for some time. He tells you that that his wife and then their daughter, their child, left the Vale many years ago, traveling to the protected lands. They were looking for not so much a better life, but a different life than is offered an elf in the Vale. They have worked throughout the protected lands as hunters, and Dawn's mother, his wife, took ill several years ago and didn't survive the winter. And one of her last wishes was that Dawn and Ferrik live a life of adventure, because she always wanted to be an adventurer. And so they took it upon themselves to move to Walespell. They continue to work as hunters, but they are trying to get initiated into the Wanderers. And they've already been successful on several smaller adventures. This was their big final adventure that would gain them their initiation into the Wanderers. So that's why Ferrik is so adamant on getting his hands on this mask. He doesn't know much about it, other than it belongs to a fanatical cult called the Nightbringers, who are worshippers of Elok. He cares little about that. He just wants to get his hands on the mask, which the Wanderers had tracked to being in this temple.
Okay. Well, wanting to expedite this excursion, as soon as, it's reasonable, Nightingale will be getting Douglan and Corvus awake. Once he feels they've had a good enough rest and himself has had a good enough rest.
You give them a solid 6 hours of sleep, and then everybody's awoken, and after some quick rations and that. So if everybody could remove another day's rations from their sheets, you are all prepared to head out again.
Just
like
everybody is shocked at how loud the cracking is when Douglan stands up from the bed. And Douglan's like, just old military wounds. It's okay. Just give me a minute.
And he's like just working it all out. Just crack, crack, goes like that. And he's like grabs his halberd. He's like, all right, let's go.
So Nightingale will kind of fill them in about what Ferrik said about the larger creature wearing the mask and thinking that it's some type of leader to this band of goblins and hobgoblins, and that we're hopeful it hasn't left the temple.
Ferrik, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
The bloke with the mask, are there any powers associated with this mask that they figured out that we need to be aware of?
I'm very sorry, but I know very little about the mask, other than it belongs to the cult of the Nightbringers.
And the bloke? Oops, sorry, go ahead.
Would I be able to do an unskilled check? Have I ever heard anything about the Nightbringer cult and potentially this mask?
Yeah, it would be
You just check, maybe?
a history check.
History?
I can assist with a -1 if you'd like.
No, I don't need you telling me lies. No, I have no clue.
No, you've never heard of the Nightbringers before.
I laid another torch. I just took it out of my inventory.
Well,
Right.
I'll be like, well, gentlemen, to that hallway I ran down and for a quick inspection, there was a doorway at the end, and if we haven't been through it.
Seems like a good place to start.
You're seeming more enthusiastic this morning, Corvus. I'm glad to see you're feeling better.
I get to kill goblins. It's always a good day when you get to kill the greenskins.
Nightingale, do we want to go stealthy or do you want me to take the lead?
If we can get the jump on this bigger creature, I think it'd be best.
What does that mean?
I'll go first.
Oh, right. Sorry. It's a little early. Haven't had my coffee.
Ferrik is right behind.
By the way, can we size up Ferrik?
In what way?
Meaning, does he grabbed a longsword? He's got armor. We see a fighter.
So,
we
like Dawn, they're wearing leather armor. He's carrying a sword and a light crossbow, just like Dawn is. He's got a backpack full of gear. You know, they were overlanding it to here, and yeah, he's equipped much the same way that Dawn is.
Okay.
Let me know when you want me to do stealth checks as I'm heading down this hallway.
Yeah, let's get a stealth check right off the bat.
I'll stay like 30 feet behind.
I'll take up the rear.
Yeah. You do that.
No judgment.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Continue along.
I'll just move up to that edge there, Colin, where I was before.
Okay.
Here's my stealth check. Little better. And I'll once the torchlight begins to kind of creep in and affect my dark vision, I'll tell Douglan to stop so that it doesn't overtake me and I lose my little bit of advantage I've got going.
Yeah, you can tell like we're starting to get comfortable with each other a little bit more. Like we kind of know I'll stop when I know the light is just about to him, and then he moves forward. We're starting to kind of get a little bit of a rhythm here.
Isn't this weird?
What is that?
It's for the stylus pad I have, so that your finger isn't rubbing on it.
Sure. Hey, listen, whatever blows your hair back, Barry. It's all good.
Yeah.
I will sneak up to this door, Colin, and take a listen.
All right. Give us a perception check, please.
Oops. Did that not show up? There we go.
Yeah, I think we're at peak server participation
Capacity.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a 15.
It's a beautiful thing. Everybody
All
playing
right.
Fantasy Grounds.
You can hear someone is moving about the room.
Do
I'll
they
kinda-
sound like they're wearing a mask?
Oh yeah, they definitely sound like they're wearing a mask.
Absolutely.
I would know. I wear a mask all the time. I'll like. I hear the. I know the feeling when you first put them on. It's tough.
I'm not wearing a mask.
Take
my freedom.
You're breathing in your own carbon dioxide.
Hey, if you guys want to spread, that's fine. Nightingale will peek around the corner and kind of tell them to stop and point to his ear and point to the door. Trying to make everybody be quiet as they come up. So
Okay.
I'll kind of listen and I'll slowly kind of have my hand around so they can see me kind of beckoning them on. But I'll be listening to see if I hear the thing move or stop, like it's kind of heard something, then I'll make everybody stop.
Give me another perception check, please. You feel like whoever is in the room is pacing back and forth. There's a very rhythmic, they walk to one end of the room, turn around, walk back to the other side of the room, turn around. They're clearly pacing back and forth inside of the room.
Okay. Being that I conversed a little with this hobgoblin, I will attempt to I'm gonna get us in trouble again. To mimic a hobgoblin speaking goblin to the person behind this door. And like I'll try to envision how loud this thing would knock. And I'll boop, boop, boop on the door.
I can actually assist with persuasion, just for what it's worth.
And then in Goblin, I'll be like, we're having problems with the goblins. The best I can. You sound like
right.
a hobgoblin. Goblin.
Yeah, give us a performance check.
Nice. La 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 la.
You sound just like a hobgoblin.
Douglan's got front row seats to this. He's just like sits back and just enjoys it.
If I could do something, I'm gonna sneak past these guys and
Yeah.
position myself here.
I was gonna say nice. Nicely done.
Pardon me, excuse me.
Do it
pardon
do
me,
it
pardon
while
me,
I'm
excuse me.
knocking,
Pardon
Corvus, and that way they can't hear you.
Yeah. And talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can make a stealth check too if you want.
Yeah. Let's get a stealth check out of you. That's a reasonable ask.
How's a 20 sound?
When
It
we
sounds
see
good,
it,
but
we'll
we
cheer
don't
with you.
see anything.
Oh, we see it.
Oh, that was your roll. It didn't show up. Maybe it's going to take a minute. Like a really long minute. I'll try again. It rolled in the box.
There we go. A 19.
19.
Okay.
Very
That's-
nice. All right. You're able to quietly sneak past the doorway.
Well, Nightingale's praying this is going to work. He slides his short sword out.
All right. From inside on the other side of the door, you hear, "Come in."
I think I peed a little in my pants. That voice was so scary.
So we got to say, I don't want to now.
I'll be like,
Tell him to come out.
part of the problem is I stepped in the damn goblin poop and I don't want to track it in the room. Can you come out here, please? Them damn little buggers. And I'll step back from the door and yeah. Another performance check?
Yes,
Persuasion?
please.
Persuasion, maybe?
No.
Which one?
Performance. Let's see how good a hobgoblin you are.
Pretty solid. Just gonna say.
From the other side of the door, you hear, "You all need to come in."
Oh Jesus. Can I do a divine sense?
You can't do it, Egan. You can't do it through walls and doors.
Well, no, hold on. That's not true. That is not true. It's 60
Okay.
feet. They just can't be behind total cover, which is a door.
Which is a door. Yeah, I was waiting for you to read that part.
No,
Which
I
is
know
a door, damn it.
Damn door. So open the door and then I'll see if there's something bad in there.
I'll point to Douglan and be like, "Go in, Douglan. I got your back."
All right. No, it's time Douglan earned his keep. So Douglan's gonna go and he's gonna open the door.
I'll kind of wave to bring Corvus closer, and I will get ready to follow in right behind Douglan.
Well, but if you just go to the side there and then Douglan can step back, the three of us would be in melee range of one guy if they come right into the room.
I like that.
Right
I'll
into
do
the
that.
doorway.
So you go one to your left, Nightingale.
Yeah.
I'll
Sure.
open and step back. Can I do that?
So the door, yeah, the door opens obviously into the room.
Well, can you?
We're getting a little bit tight here. There you go. And then
So we're gonna go in and then split so that Corvus can get in.
Nightingale
Well-
needs to go one step to the left.
yeah, Nightingale
square
one to
to
the
left.
left, and then I'll open and then take a step back.
We have to go in the room.
No,
If you're not going to go, if
if
you're not
it
going
comes-
to go in the room, it's not coming out of the room. We just tried that. It said you all must come in.
Yeah, but it might attack us once it sees that we're, not goblins.
Yeah, we're dictating what happens.
Okay.
I don't know this guy.
I don't.
Well,
I
we're
suggest
gonna
we give it a
try.
shot because, then all
We're-
three of us could be with
Colin, can Bashir tell or Nightingale tell which way this door opens? Does it open into the room?
The door opens into the room towards the west.
Into the room towards the west.
So if you will go one to the left, I was gonna open it. As it swings, I was gonna take a step back.
Sure.
Is that possible?
Oh, it is. Definitely possible.
Barry seems skeptical.
I am very skeptical it's going to do anything, but
It might not, but it might. And if it does,
we'll be ready for it. We'll be ready
You want to
for
know
it.
what the key is? He's no longer under total cover, so I can do a divine sense, and that's all that matters right now.
Okay. Open your door and do your thing.
I can still
All right,
hear
you
the
ready?
skepticism in his voice.
I just need to get me to move over, Colin.
Everybody's in position.
Yes.
Should
All
we
right.
be making the expendable NPCs go first?
Oh, that's
Douglan, you open the door. Immediately, you see one of those big creatures that you fought earlier. The big, enormous wolf dog looking creatures. It's up on all four, just standing there staring at the doorway. You catch just a glimpse off to the left before you back up. Of it looks like a really tall goblin. It's dressed in a dark cloak. You can just sort of see its hands and its feet underneath and a little bit. And it's looking towards the doorway. The room itself, is much cleaner and much more fancy than any other part of the temple you've seen so far. There's like oak paneling on the walls, and the tapestries in this room are very bright and vibrant compared to the others. There's a 4-post bed on the north wall, directly across from the doorway. And just off to the left, you can see a writing desk there. This room is quite fancy compared to the others. The figure, I don't know how well you guys can see. You can see a little bit of it standing in there. Like I said, it's quite tall, probably as tall as a regular human, dressed in a dark cloak, and it's wearing this grotesquely carved obsidian mask. It's got like a very hideous looking face carved into it. And you hear from in the room, "Welcome. I have been expecting you. You have come to take my mask, but Elok will protect me. The time of the Nightbringers is returning. You will see his name return to the greatness that it deserves. A greatness far above that of his pathetic siblings. Now you must die."
And it fireballs us. Damn it!
I'll not suffer you speaking of Goth that way, foul beast.
All right, we will roll for initiative.
I got this one. Not a 1. Not a 1. Anything but not a 1. An 8. That's okay.
I got a 5.
Corvus rolled pretty good this time.
Well done, Corvus.
Yay.
Corvus, you have initiative.
Well, there's really not a lot I could do. No, I don't have line of sight to anybody, so all I could do is ready my spear for when anybody steps into that space to stick them.
All right. The warg charges into the doorway.
Then you get to
May
spear
I please have an Yeah, exactly. He got a spear, and then I get an opportunity to attack, if I may.
Yep.
But I would say Corvus first.
Well, if he doesn't actually go into the corridor, I can't hit him.
Okay, so I'll do because I got to.
You get your hit first.
Yeah, you get
Okay.
hit first.
Nice.
I'll take it. Chip away, man. Chip away.
Oh, nicely done.
Oh,
Feel that warg.
yeah.
Oh, look at all the blood.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
That is one big warg. Is the goblin's name Jim Carrey? I'm just curious.
He hasn't told you his name.
Smoking.
So are you going to finish moving the warg?
Yep.
Now, Corvus,
Well,
you get your attack.
I set my torch down to the side so I can use two-handed spear. And hit.
Stick that bastard.
Ah, 1.
Barely nicked it.
Yeah. It reared back from your wound, and that threw me off of my aim.
Sorry, Corvus.
All right. The warg charges into the hallway and tears into Douglan.
I'm having flashbacks. This is the second time I've standed by a guy who gets ripped apart by a dog.
It hits.
Having second thoughts about our healer being the one that's standing in front.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh no, he's down. It's my turn.
he tears into Douglan, tossing him against the back wall, and Douglan slumps down onto the floor.
It was because I realized it just before he was attacking that this might not be the best idea.
Yeah. Should speak up sooner, you big oaf.
Mithras.
Mithras is going to ready action as well and go just before Nightingale.
All right.
That would be right now.
No, the Goblin Boss gets to go first.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
The Goblin Boss moves in front of the doorway. From under its cloak, it produces 2 javelins and lets them both fly at Nightingale.
It can see me past that giant warg.
That's a good point. Probably not, eh? It's human size, but the wargs are big. So,
Yeah.
Nope, that's a fair point. I will say that it is unable to throw its javelins at this point.
It means I can't kill it as well. Let's be fair.
Yeah, nope, but that's fair. I wasn't thinking about how big the warg is.
Yeah, I'm like, that's
even
a big...
even at human, it's like a horse, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
like a horse-sized wolf. It's like a horse with legs.
I was putting that... That's going to be right in there with the other quote of, it was clearly carved by hand. Not by feet or anything else.
Nope.
It's
Yeah.
clearly carved by hand.
Clearly carved by hand. All right, that takes us to... So the Goblin Boss is going to ready in action. If the warg goes down and it gets a shot at Nightingale, it will take it. Nightingale.
You got advantage, so you can sneak.
I will. I shall. With my short sword in hand and a word and a prayer, take a swipe at this giant warg that just downed Douglan in one bite.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna roll a second dice because I forgot to hit advantage just in case I crit, but I hit it.
Okay. Yep.
I rolled the wrong dice, but that's okay. So I hit it. Do my sneaky attack.
Wow, that was some whack on that warg.
Oh, wrong dice.
Much more better.
Oh, look at that gigantic death skull. It's so cool.
Nicely done, Nightingale.
Now, yeah, I wouldn't know that the Goblin Boss is ready to attack me, so I'm not gonna predict that. That would be a little metagaming.
Well, not really. You see javelins in his hand. You know you're in range.
Well, he wouldn't even be able to see the goblin.
The goblin can't
boss
see me, I
behind
can't
that
see.
warg.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Then-
so he attacks.
Yeah, he gets his
Nightingale.
attack.
He hits. You are nicked by a javelin that comes flying out of the room.
I let out a string of curse words in Goblin. And-
like young goblins!
Nightingale will yell to Corvus, "Get your big block ass in here with me!" And I will climb over top. I'm going to say it's about 10 moves. I should be able to climb over top of the warg, being probably difficult terrain, to get toe-to-toe with Boss Goblin and his other javelin, so he can't throw it at me anymore.
You might want to
Okay.
move to one square to the right or left so that I can actually.
Can I go there?
Yep. Sure.
Okay, that's where I'll go. And that's where
All right.
I will end Nightingale's turn.
All right. Dawn is going to race past her father. Go around the corner with her light crossbow and launch a bolt at this goblin boss. She misses. These Mistwalkers, they gotta work on their light crossbow work.
They're going to be
Alright,
adventurers. They got to start
Douglan,
killing
first
things.
save is a failure. Oh, look at the blood pouring from your heart.
Oh.
Draining out slowly. Slowly.
Ferrik is going to run up, but doesn't want to block the entrance from Corvus, who is clearly meaning to get in there. Which takes us to Corvus.
Okay, so I'm going to step here. And I'm going to drop my spear, raise my bow. Can I do that and shoot? I think we did that last turn.
Yep.
Just
Yeah, you can drop a weapon as your interaction with an object. No, you can drop your sword as not, or your spear is nothing.
So
You can
close to
pull
a
your
crit.
bow. You can pull your bow out as
Douglan
your
is thankful
Yeah, I thought we
that,
could drop it just as because it's dropping. It's
Yeah.
like a free action, and then
It's a free action. Yeah,
object interaction to draw my bow and knock,
correct.
and then shoot. So,
Douglan is thankful that the Goliath is tall, so his tea bag is a little bit higher.
yeah, turn and turn about.
All right, is that for you? It for you, Corvus?
Yeah, that's all I'm going to do for now.
As he squats.
Yeah, I do.
All right,
I just-
Mithras.
Mithras is going to again wait until after the goblin boss goes, and then distract for Nightingale. So he's going to ready action.
Okay. The goblin boss drops the javelin that it has left, pulls out its scimitar, and attacks Nightingale. First attack.
First attack. Oh, great. Oh my God. A miss.
You're able to duck a swing over your head. Second attack.
He just cut one of the bells off my hat.
It
one's
connects
it.
with his second attack.
Uh-oh. Oh, God.
You take a nasty slash across the chest, but you're still on your feet.
I think the Mistwalkers won't have to pay anybody.
Nightingale.
So at this point, Corvus does a little whistle, and Mithras shoots forward.
I will take a shot with my, or not a shot. As he swings down, I kind of dodge the first blow. Second one hits me, but I'm ready with my short sword to come in on him and try to get a gouging swipe.
Yes!
He didn't turn on sneak attack.
That was my attack. I haven't done the damage yet.
Oh,
I can turn that on.
okay. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, the D6 was the critical.
So I get to. Oh, that's me. Now my damage.
Should be 4 dice. Yep.
Nice.
Nightingale falls down onto his knee. Sword still buried in this big goblin
I think
thing.
the real hero of tonight has been Mithras.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So Nightingale, as you stab forward with your short sword, piercing through this thing's chest and its heart. It just falls to dust on the floor, and the only thing left there is the cloak and the mask sitting on the floor in front of you.
Whispering kind of to himself, but to that pile of ash, Nightingale will be like,
You tell Elok Nightingale sends his regards.
Corvus says you should go help Douglan. His life is fading away.
and I will. I will go spare the dying of our poor Paladin who took a mighty gouge to the chest.
Got like a gigantic chunk taken out of his neck.
I picked the chunk up, laid in.
Lay it back in. I think it goes in this way.
And again, mumbling to himself, you can hear words such as like, not now, give him back, things like that in his little made-up prayer he does. He does his laying of hands on Douglan, and he is no longer bleeding out. He's stable.
So he still stays at 12, but he's no longer
Dying.
dying. All right. Ferrik steps past Dawn and reaches into his bag. He pulls out a little, what looks like a potion bottle, and he pops the top off. And he tilts Douglan's head back and pours the contents down into Douglan's mouth and kind of holds it there till he swallows. And you get 4 hit points back.
Maggie, I'm coming. I'm coming. What? Huh? Where am I?
You will have to wait for your reunion, my friend. You're back in the land of the living.
That was one large dog.
Yeah.
Took a right chunk out of me, eh? How'd we do?
We won. We won.
Well done. Well done.
Nightingale
Dawn enters the room and kind of pushes the cloak aside, picks up the mask, and turns towards Ferrik, who, after dealing with Douglan, walks in, and the two of them just kind of look at the mask, smiling at one another.
Ferrik, did you see what that mask did to that wee goblin? Are you sure you want to put that on? You're not putting that on, are you?
Don't worry, my friend. I will never wear this mask.
Good to hear.
I inspect the cloak.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's check out the cloak.
Let's search the room.
Yeah.
Did Ferrik drop that bottle, Colin, after he poured it down Douglan's mouth?
No, he put it back inside his pouch.
Any scraps in that thing?
You lick the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Meanwhile, I'm holding my intestines in with my hand. It's cool. It's cool. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
I could give you a little tug if you'd like.
Just a flesh wound.
If you could stop the internal bleeding, that'd be great.
All right. A search around the room in the southwest corner. There is a sizable strong box that is closed.
Locked closed or closed closed?
It does appear to have a locking mechanism on it. It's a latch. Sorry, a latch, not a lock.
Can I do a search for traps?
You may.
How do you roll those?
An investigation check.
Investigation. Perfect.
You don't find any traps.
Oh, when I sneeze, that means it's actually trapped.
I will open it.
You're allergic to traps.
Yes.
It's your character flaw, really.
All right. As you grab the latch and pull it up, you feel something jut out of the lockbox into your hand. It is a poisoned needle.
Cool. I only had 2 hit points anyway. Bring me back, Douglan. Ah!
It's gonna be okay. So
Just
seeing
1 second.
Oh my
Nightingale
goodness.
turn green.
8, 9 damage.
That's probably instant death. I'm dead.
No, it's not instant death.
No, you
You're
have to have the
close.
same amount. Yeah. So seeing Nightingale's eyes roll up in his head and him turn green, Douglan comes over and says, "We're just a mess, aren't we, lad? You fall, I fall, Corvus falls. We're never gonna make this, are we? My goodness, our first adventure together, and we've all died several times over. We gotta get our shite together, don't you think?" And he just puts his hand on his forehead and he neutralizes the poison and gives him 1 hit point. His famous 1 hit point. That's all he does for healing. That's it.
All
That's all you
right.
get. It doesn't work right. He can only do 1 at a time.
But
it
hey,
specifically
you're
says-
alive.
yeah.
I'm in 2. I'll be like, God! I didn't think there was a trap there. Damn it.
Box
knew
is
there
open.
was no trap.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Was he
All
open?
right.
Was he able to open the box?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the latch is now open. You're able to open the box. Inside, there is a sizable sum of silver and gold, and what looks to be a fairly pricey necklace that is sitting on top of the pile of coins. There is 900 silver, 350 gold, and the necklace looks to be worth, in Nightingale's opinion, in around the 400 gold piece range.
Well, it'd probably be best if we left it in the chest and Corvus just carried it.
The lockbox is pretty heavy.
Is it?
Yep. The strong box.
I have a sack we could throw it all in.
I could lift, push, and drag 720 pounds.
Okay, you could carry the strong box.
He's tough like mule.
Well, I mean, it would be easier to transport if you did just all put it in a bag, and Corvus could carry it.
Carry the bag.
Yeah, I'll give Corvus a sack, and we'll dump it all into the sack for now.
Okay.
So we all want our gold in Corvus's sack, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm okay
Seems
with
to
that.
be.
Who wouldn't, honestly? It's a very nice sack.
It's a beautiful sack. Douglan is truly appreciative
You
of the
guys are
sack
making
that
me uncomfortable talking about my sack that way. It's not
Listen,
Corvus's sack, it's my sack.
Nightingale, you shouldn't be ashamed of the size of your sock.
Okay.
Goth made us how we are. So,
Right.
Douglan's gonna ask Ferrik. Ferrik, are we good? Did you get what you came for?
I did, and I have you to owe for it.
That you do. You get us to Wellspell and send us in the right direction, and well, the reward your daughter also. That's just the way you do business, right? And we'll be
We
good.
will keep our
We'll be
word.
square.
You don't worry.
Will this get you guys where you need to, though, with your adventuring league?
We hope. He smiles at Dawn again. We hope.
It's not my business, but I hope your league doesn't use this mask
Hopefully they just put it away for safekeeping, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, what do we know about this league?
Can I finally do divine sense, please?
Sure.
Yeah, so it also has if anything has been consecrated or desecrated, if this falls under that.
Okay.
You notice that Corvid's butt has been desecrated.
By Nightingale.
It is a foul and dark place.
He asked you to pick up a rock and then used his ring to freeze him.
Yeah, good lord.
There's
Douglan-
nothing in the room that meets either of those criteria.
Okay. Thank you for letting me use divine sense. I feel better now.
Absolutely.
You can use it anytime you want.
All right, shall we
Whether or
take a
not
real
useful.
quick potty break and before
Yeah.
we continue on?
Yeah, sounds like a plan, Stan.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
You complete your search of the room, and you find after a bit of a minor incident, a large amount of treasure inside of the strong box. Ferrik has wrapped the mask up in some clothing he had in his bag and stuck it in his backpack. And he turns to the group and goes, now, gentlemen, before we leave, I do have one small task I would ask of you all before we go. The council in Whalespell is paying a tidy 5 gold pieces per left goblin ear that is turned into them. And they have a bit of a goblin problem in these parts this year, and they've offered this bounty. I do think we should take a few minutes and harvest the lot.
I'm not going into the shitter. That'll be on you, Ferrik. They're all in there. Help yourself.
If that's what must be done.
Well, Ferrik gathers the ears. We'll check on the children.
All right.
I'll wait until Ferrik leaves, and then Ferrik and I'm assuming his daughter goes with him.
Yes.
And I'll say, let's wait until he gathers all the ears before we tell him about the deal that we get everything we find in here except the mask.
Indeed.
All right. They head down to the latrine and gag their way through cutting off the left ears of all, and come back. He's got a loop of string with all of the ears, little notch cut in each of them, and they're all hanging on the string.
Let's see if we can gather up these humans in the kitchen.
Yeah, the young ones.
I would not leave them here.
We'll go check, Colin, see if they're still there.
Okay, you make your way back through to the kitchen, and the door is open, and they seem to be gone.
Okay. We will...
I am not comfortable with leaving them to run in the woods by themselves. I would like the opportunity to track and find them.
Well, I agree, Corvus. We might as well know if they're still alive, the poor dears.
They could get lost and die of exposure, and then our efforts are for naught.
Do we, by chance, want to figure out what's in that bubbly pool, or we've had our fill of this Temple of Elok and are ready to move on?
I think we've come here to we've accomplished what we wanted. It always tried to close the mouth of the cave so no one can come in. And anything here is trapped.
Yeah, I think that would be best. I'm not feeling at my best myself, so.
Ferrik, Can I ask you something, Ferrik?
Of course.
What's in the bubbling pool?
I haven't the slightest. I avoided it the best I could.
Black
It
gold
did not look good.
Texas tea.
There's a couple of places that something under the deep there. Did any of these goblins or those big fellas talk about it?
They never spoke of the pool at all. I did hear a mention of a couple of rooms that they thought no one should go near, and something about the worship room. There was something in there they wished they could get, but they couldn't get to it.
I look over to Nightingale.
Nightingale's gone.
Nightingale. Oh,
And Nightingale,
okay.
I'm gonna follow Nightingale. Like I'm not gonna.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're still using the map. Sorry. Okay. I guess I'll be
Can
following.
you just
I
move
didn't
me
realize.
to where Nightingale is instead of me having?
Yeah, I was gonna say just move me.
I was having fun watching it move along as my area of vision would move around with it. It's pretty cool. Yes,
well,
Douglan.
I believe there was a door that we didn't go through.
I think
It
similar
said,
to the pool, Douglan. I'm not feeling that terrific. I've taken quite a bit of up and down this evening. Well, spoken to a few gods, been at the doorstep of, many an area I don't wish to visit again this afternoon. I'm up for leaving. We've got what we've came for. I don't want to push our luck.
I'll second what you're saying. Ferrik, quite frankly, we're done with this place. We saved you. We got your mask. You guys are hopefully going to be in the Adventures League, and you got some leads for us in Wellspell. I don't know what more we can do here.
I suggest we, like I said before, let's try to seal the cave mouth. But first, I want to find the children.
I'm fine with leaving, gentlemen. My mission has been accomplished.
Okay, shall we go outside and see if Corvus can find tracks of the kids?
Absolutely. So you make your way out of the temple, up the stairs, to the outdoors. It is morning now out here. You slept the night, having spent part of the night exploring through the temple, and then you rested through the night. It's mid-morning. There are tracks that they just barefooted tracks that they just kind of run willy-nilly around this open area. And Corvus, as far as you can tell, the two of them are probably just hiding behind one of the big rocks off to the side.
I say very quietly to Nightingale, I think they're over there behind the rocks. I do not wish to go there. My appearance may frighten them.
Oh, indeed,
Perhaps.
your appearance would frighten them. Dawn had a bit of luck with them. Let's send her.
It's probably for best.
Dawn, do you mind checking behind that rock for those children? See if we can't bring them to someplace safe.
Of course, I will try and see what I can do. She walks over very slowly, kind of looking around the rock, and she turns back and kind of nods, that she can see them, and she walks around behind the rock, and you can hear some talking and murmuring, and after a few minutes, she comes out with the two of them. Their heads are hung down. They won't even look, but they're following along behind her, just sort of just very subserviently, following along behind her, not even looking up. And she says, we've got to get something on their feet. It's a long ways back. They'll be frozen before we get there.
I have a blanket, which I do not need. I will cut it up and fashion something for them.
Got some string you can use.
All right. After a few minutes, Corvus, you're able to, using your knife, basically create some moccasins using the string that Nightingale has, and you get their feet wrapped up and a bit of a poncho over top of them, and they're in much better shape for warmth than they were before. This day is much better than the ones previous. It's still cool, above freezing, but it's a sunny day out, and much nicer than the blizzardy conditions you had leading up to this day. Still a fair bit of snow around, a couple of inches of snow on the ground. No one has been in or out of this area on that trail since you last came through.
So do we head back to the village we came from, or do we head straight to Whalespell from here? How far is Whalespell?
A day's travel.
So it's
All
one
right,
day.
sorry. Not
Ferrik says, we've probably still got a good 2 days of travel back to Whalespell.
Well, I know that Douglan will not like to hear it, but then it might be best if we go back to the village, which is 1 day travel, to leave these children in better hands than ours.
Dawn, are you able to gather where these children are from?
I highly doubt they are from Langdale. There was no talk of missing children in the day or so that I spent there looking for help.
Is there something that you could do for them in Whalespell?
We could definitely find... there is an orphanage there. We could take them there.
Perhaps that's the best road then.
Yeah, we'll just take them with us, I guess.
All right, you head off. The two children, they don't really start to open up, but they understand they are in better hands, and they take good direction, and they don't hamper the party. They keep up. Every mouthful that is offered to them, they gobble it down. Every drink. Your travel to the main road from here takes about a half day. You get back out to the main road and start heading towards Whalespell. You make pretty good time, stopping to camp after the first night, which is uneventful, and up at first light. The Dawn is making progress with the two children. They talk a little bit to her. The three of you overhearing the way they speak, they speak very well. So, you don't feel like they've spent their entire life in that situation. They've clearly had some sort of upbringing where they speak quite well. But they're still terrified of all of you, including Ferrik. The only one they'll really let near them is Dawn.
I wonder if orphanage is a bad place for them. Is there perhaps a church that would take them in? Given a correct donation, of course.
Ferrik agrees that is likely an option that could be explored in Whalespell when you get there.
Also, before we bed down for the evening, like right before a long rest. Douglan's gonna heal them a little bit, just to see if they can't, help with whatever ails them. A little bit here, a little bit there.
Yep, absolutely. I'm going to run a long rest so everyone heals up and repairs. And oh, you're looking much better. You sure you don't want to go back and fight something else?
Yes, much more confident now. Let's do it.
The night is uneventful. You're up early in the morning and off down the road again. Just as you are reaching dusk on your second day of travel, ahead you've come up to a river that the road is parallel to, and ahead you see sort of an archway, a stone archway that goes into a bit of a valley. The river pours off and falls as a waterfall down 100 feet or so into this opening, this valley that's starting to move down. You can see a half dozen what looks to you like are maybe guards milling about that archway, as the road seems to head down into that valley that's ahead of you. Ferrik says, we're here, gentlemen.
This is well spell.
Only a short distance ahead. Down through the valley. We'll be there in less than 20 minutes.
Whale spell's a coastal, or like a...
It's on the coast, correct.
It's on the coast, yeah.
The south coast.
Yeah, I can smell the fish from here.
And so you probably can, big sir. So you arrive at the gate, and, they've got some fires going. They're just warming themselves. One of them casually walks over and says, well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Whale Spell. I'm assuming travelers of some sort, so there is no toll. You are welcome to enter the city.
Very good. So, Ferrik, where should we stay? Do you have a place you could put us up for the eve until we get some answers?
We absolutely will and can put you up for the evening. We have a small place in Whale Spell. It is nothing fancy, but we would love for you to stay with us, so we can look after the agreed to reward for your efforts, and thank you again for helping us.
No trouble at all. Right, lads?
If by no trouble you mean getting our asses handed to us.
Have you seen the bloody spots on my outfit?
I've got to run in me leotards.
Nightingale.
All right.
You see
So
my shoulder?
There's a road that's been cut literally into the valley wall that moves down. It's all cobbled stones with a stone wall. If you look over the edge of the stone wall, it drops down into the valley where the waterfall, and you're slowly kind of making your way down into the valley. After a while, there's a bridge, takes you over to the other side of the valley, where you continue down, and the road starts to sort of circle around, and as you come around and the valley opens up, you're looking out across Whale Spell out, and the ocean is on the other side, and you can immediately see, Whale Spell is a very, very crowded little city. They've built up the walls of the canyon you're in now on either side. Lots of 2, 3, sometimes 4-story buildings you can see. You know, your opinion is, as you look, as you guys are walking down the road here and you look out across, they just ran out of space and started to build up because that was the only direction that was left to keep building. And, you know, you can see the ocean out there. There's a very large harbor, and it has this large rock formation that goes around about 3/4 of it, giving it really good protection from the ocean and the weather, which was one of the big reasons that Whalespell became the city it is. There is a kind of a cloud of smoke over the city as it's late evening and everybody has their winter fires going, and you come down into the town. It's even at this point in the evening, it's still quite a bustle of people walking around. You know, you can see that some are heading to their houses and milling about. And Ferrik says, "Well, follow us, and we'll take you straight home." So you guys head off, kind of down a couple of main roads, some secondary roads, down an alleyway. You come out, and he says, "This is it. This is our home. Come in." And he takes you in through the front doors, up 3 flights of stairs. He pulls a key out from inside his shirt, unlocks the door, and invites everybody in. The 2 children just follow along. You know, they don't question what's going on. Their accommodations are a decent size, not overly lavish, but the one thing you notice is they have a very large balcony that looks out over the town. And immediately Dawn goes over and starts lighting up the big fireplace in the central area. The 2 kids just kind of they immediately run over towards one of the walls and they cower down there, and Ferrik says, Come, we have beer to drink."
I will love to join you, good sir. Nightingale kind of checking the place out, like well furnished, poorly furnished.
It's reasonably well furnished. Looks to be that there are maybe 3 bedrooms there in there. And a decent sized kitchen area. It all just kind of runs together in sort of what we would now call a very open concept. Ferrik goes over and opens up the one of the doors and walks out onto the balcony. It's still quite cold out there, so he comes back in and closes the door, and he says, "So, beers for everyone then? Ales for everyone then?"
I won't say no to that. But tell me, Ferrik. Tell me about your contacts.
Douglan, this time of evening, I doubt anyone's out and about that has any reputable reputation. They may have to wait till morning.
Well, I know we can't head out until the morning, but I need to know what kind of resources we have, right? What's our next step? What's our next move? All we knew is to get to Whalespell. We had no direction after that. Maybe the Vanguard. Does he know someone? We just need to talk. That's all. No action tonight. We drink beers, we share stories, share contacts. We're due. What say you?
Ferrik comes back from the kitchen area carrying mugs, starts handing them out to you guys. Please have a seat in front of the fire. We will talk, Douglan. We will talk. He he goes and he gets some glasses and brings them to the kids that are cowering in the corner there, and Dawn takes them off to one of the presumably bedrooms to try and keep them away from the activity and keep them, continue to try and nurse them back to health. And Ferrik comes in and sits down in one of the chairs in front of the fire, kind of warming himself, and he turns to Douglan and says, "Now, Douglan, you haven't told me what it is you're trying to find out, so I can't really tell you if I have any contacts that can help you."
Fair enough. So Douglan is gonna, on a very sort of cursory level, let him know. Well, the short of it, Ferrik, is that I need to know how to open a rift. I need to find my Maggie. It's as simple as that. And then he'll kind of recount how, at the winery, what happened, and that somehow the wine master came back only a short period of time. So, to be honest with you, Ferrik, I'm not even sure what answers we need. I just know I need to get through those rifts however I can.
Well, if anybody is going to know anything about the rifts, it will be the Vanguard, indeed. As you already know, since you've come to Whalespell, we do have a large group of Vanguard that call Whalespell their home base. I'm sorry, I don't know any of them specifically, but I will take you there at first light and you can talk to them yourself. They're pretty open to speaking to people who have the right things to say.
That's all I can ask.
But for now, we drink. And I do believe we have some payments to look after.
It wasn't going to push the matter, but if you insist, yes. Payment. For bloodshed.
So he goes off into one of the other rooms, closes the door, and he comes back out with a large sack of money and sets it down on a coffee table in the central area, and says, "I do believe it was 50 gold pieces each that we agreed to double when you went after the mask for us. Does that sound correct? 400 gold pieces? 300 gold pieces?"
And anything found inside the temple is ours too.
Technically,
I have no...
Technically, Mithras is part of the group. I believe that is 400. As you can see, there's an equal share that goes to the bird. She's very helpful.
I don't think I'll be paying for the bird's help.
Okay. Let's make a note of that on the party sheet.
Well, silk.
We'll have to figure out how to deal with...
I was thinking, I just thought of it. Why don't, for now, because it's not a lot of money, keep it like on Mithras, but that's our party money. So whenever we got to pay for inns or we got to pay for...
It can come out of Mithras money.
It can come out of Mithrils. Like, obviously one of us is carrying it, but that's the money that we're setting aside for group expenses. When it gets to become a large amount, then we can decide what we want to do with it.
Douglan would like to chime in, and he kind of looks over at Nightingale with a brief look at Corvus, knowing though that right now Corvus does not have free will. Nightingale, I know why I'm here. I don't mean to be selfish, but this is my my journey. I kind of ask you guys to follow. Well, you and then the big fella there kind of
does what you tell him. Why are you here? I mean, for me, you've gotten me this far. I'm good.
Well, seeing as we've come all this way, I'll be honest with you, Douglan. If I don't come back to the Penumbra Bards with something of value from your vineyard, I'm afraid I won't be initiated. So if there's any way I can facilitate that happening, then I must try.
Fair enough.
So
Anton, Master Anton, the wine master, told me that it's going to take some time for him to get the alm back up. They messed it up right. They burned everything. It's going to be some time.
well, that's unfortunate news, but I'd prefer maybe you telling them than me.
I can. Well, if you help me find my Maggie, I'll do whatever you want.
Is there any chance that these people that raided your home could have taken a cask or two?
Well, from what Master Anton told me, it looks like there's just they took him thinking that he could just duplicate what he did at from the Tion Char wineries, but it wasn't working. They couldn't do it. So I don't know. I mean, quite frankly, there's more questions than answers right now. I just want to make sure that you guys know that this is my battle. If you guys come along, great. Corvus, I know you don't really have a choice right now, but it would be wrong of me not to ask. If you guys want to come along, I won't say no. But
Right.
again, this is my battle.
Well, I don't happen to have anything else on my agenda at the current moment. The one thing I had to do, I did unsuccessfully, but all I need to do is get word to the Penumbra Bards and Aragorn, and then I'm pretty much free to do as I choose for the first time in a long time, to be honest with you.
I see.
So I have no objections, and as you clearly stated, where I go, Corvus goes.
He scowls at this.
Oh, come on, you've probably had the most fun you've had in a long time. Admit it.
I long to return to the wilds.
Well,
I have not seen it in 10 years, and it is my home. But if I was being honest, I would not receive a warm welcome in my village. If I can help Douglan find his daughter, I will do so. I also wish to take care of these two little ones and make sure that they are situated properly.
well, if you ask me, and Ferrik, I hope you and Dawn agree to this on a few different levels, but what do you all say to us taking the earnings from these goblin ears and setting these two children up in some good care? It would seem fitting that those who captured them be the ones who set them free.
I was going to suggest something similar.
Dawn? Ferrik?
Dawn is still in the room with the kids, but Ferrik says, he kind of thinks for a moment and he says, well, that sounds like a fantastic idea. and one that I would most certainly agree to. Those bloody goblins got those kids in that trouble. It seems that their ears should get them out of it.
I agree. I think they'll also need care that is beyond what an orphanage can provide. A church that specializes in healing would be ideal. The gold could pay towards an apprenticeship, perhaps.
Whatever the boys decide to do.
I agree. We can bring them tomorrow to the Church of the Golden Heart, and Dawn can give the offering with the understanding that they look after the kids. I am certain that they will do a good job.
Excellent.
Douglan chimes in and kind of looks over at Corvus and Nightingale. Gentlemen, I'm without words that you're willing to help me find my doll, my sweet Maggie. Just know that we find her. I'm in your debt, and I'm a man that repays those debts. So I thank you.
It has been a long time since I have been able to help people. It is a good feeling, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, wait till you see her. She's a spitfire, I tell you. You think Dawn's got testicles? Wait till you meet Maggie.
I hope she looks like her mother.
Oh, she does. Spitting image. Spitfire. But be careful. Don't get on her. Don't cross her. Trust me on this, Corvus. I've done it too many times. I've still got the scars to prove it. But thank you, gentlemen. I do appreciate this. It's been a long year for me. But if I can find my Maggie, well, if I can find my Maggie.
Well,
and he
I
trails
suggest
off.
rest and we start fresh in morning.
Nightingale grabs the bottle of wine and goes, "Listen, we've got a job to do. We've done a great job. Let's stop whining and put some down our gullets, shall we?"
I won't say no to that.
All right, you spend part of the night. Everybody's pretty tuckered from from a long day of travel, but Ferrik keeps the ales and the wine coming as long as everyone continues to swill them, and eventually everybody passes out. You just lay your bedrolls out in front of the fire
Corvus.
in there.
Corvus doesn't drink much. He's not a drinker.
All right. You just watch these other fools get themselves pickled. And before you know it, it's morning and you're all awake. And a new day is upon you. Ferrik comes out of the kitchen area. He's been up making breakfast for everyone and brings it out and dishes out probably one of the best breakfasts you've had in some time, since you never got a chance to have breakfast at the Twin Rose Inn. And while you're having breakfast, so Dawn took the kids off this morning to the monastery, to the church, and she will make sure that they are looked after. For me, I will keep my promise, and I will take you this morning to the Vanguard, where you can tell them your story and see what they have to say.
Appreciate it. Douglan is just mowing down breakfast, like just going to town. If there's bacon, he has like 3 servings of bacon.
All right,
that's what dads do.
Ferrik keeps the food coming as best he can. They've been gone for a while, so their supplies aren't great, but he was able to sneak off to the market first thing this morning before you guys awoke and pick up a few fresh eggs and some bacon and yeah, there's
like
definitely
bacon. Thanks a
What's
lot,
that?
Egan.
You don't like bacon?
No, I said now I want bacon.
Oh, absolutely. My God. Who doesn't want bacon? Are you a vegetarian, Barry?
No.
Okay,
No.
good. We can stay friends.
There's no bad time for bacon.
Never.
It's never a bad time for bacon.
I just about have bacon every day.
Oh, man. So good. Yeah, I still want. I'm gonna make some bacon right now.
I'm on a
We're all
diet,
just like,
so it's...
damn, we need to have some bacon.
Yeah.
As are we kind of headed off now towards wherever we're headed?
Yep. So everybody finishes up breakfast. You head downstairs. You're standing out on the street here in Whalespell. The city is already alive with activity. It's a busy place even in winter.
And we're sure we did not level up.
We're
You
sure.
know what? Actually, you did level up. Thanks for asking. Go to it. Everybody is level 2.
Look at the nice moves, buddy.
Woo! May I have the floor?
You may.
Just briefly. So, Douglan goes to bed drunk off his ass, right? He truly celebrates the fact that he feels like he's got a couple of comrades now. A military guy, whenever he shares blood with somebody, it's sort of like a bonding experience, right? We still don't know a lot about each other, but definitely a step in the right direction. We started to work together a little bit better. So he kind of let himself go a little bit, enjoyed the wine from Ferrik. But as he's passed out, he had a vision. Gath, the All-Father in his eyes, visited him and spoke to him, at least what he thinks was told to him. And basically it was along the lines of, Douglan, you are on the right path. Stay true to me. I will give you gifts to achieve our goals. And he has visions of just sort of like a shield around him. Like he feels a little bit like stronger, like he can't be hit as easy. He also feels like the next time he hits something, he can call upon Gath's blessing to vanquish foes. He doesn't know how or why, but he feels this inside him. His amulet that he carries around his neck, it seems to be a little bit heavier but lighter all at the same time. In addition to that, he feels like he's been given more tools to achieve these goals, whether it's going to be to heal the sick, whether it is to protect himself or a colleague. There just seems to be a growing swell that he cannot ignore anymore. And he wakes up not in a cold sweat, but elated for what has happened. And he feels like he is further along on the path that he needs to run. There's a contentedness to him that you guys both see on his face. And when you first saw him at the winery, there was a tension, there was a broken man. Little by little, the pieces are starting to come back together. And anyway, that's how he starts his next day.
Awesome. Love it.
Sorry if that was
Oh, that was awesome.
on.
I noticed a glow about you.
Did you guys hear my testicles singing last night? Because I could have sworn I heard them. I'm sorry. To be loved.
All right. the four of you, Ferrik and you three, you head off across Whalespell. Whalespell is a very densely packed little city. They have used up every inch of real estate they possibly could. So the main roads, you could get a couple of wagons to pass each other. The secondary roads, it would be very tight, to get two wagons past each other. The alleyways, you could barely get a cart down them. The buildings, as I said, there's not a building in Whalespell that isn't at least 2 stories, and some are 3 stories, and some are 4 stories. Ferrik leads you down towards the water. You get down to the docks, and there is a roadway that basically travels between the docks and the city, makes kind of a half circle all the ways around. And off to the west, you see a keep, quite a sizable keep. And the Vanguard emblem is over the main entranceway going into that keep. Out across the water, there's probably a dozen different sized sailing ships out there. One definitely catches your eye that's off to the west. It is a huge war galleon that also has the emblems of the Vanguard on it. Just kind of sitting out there anchored. Ferrik leads you along the road over to where over towards the Vanguard keep. The keep is built up against the wall in the valley. With typically big walls, and the entranceway is open. And there are about a half dozen guards or so that are milling about in front of the entranceway as you approach. And Ferrik turns to Douglan and says, "Well, Douglan, I think if anyone is to speak to these folks, it's best to be you. Be honest with them. That's what they're looking for."
I know no other way. Lead on.
After you. Go and talk to the guards.
All right. I go up to the guards. Who's in charge?
One of the 6 walks over and says, "Good day, sir. What would be your business here?"
Well, I need someone that can answer some questions about rifts.
About rifts? What kind of questions do you have about rifts?
How do we get through them?
Oh, my. That's a hell of a question.
It's been a hell of a year.
I can't answer questions about rifts myself, but is there something in particular that you're looking for?
My daughter.
Your what?
She's taken. Yes. Hear me.
At this point, Nightingale's going to come up beside Douglan and be,
My good sir, what is your name?
My name is Alan.
Alan. My friend has had an experience involving portals that I think the Vanguard would be very interested in hearing about. And I'm sure your superior officers would not want someone with the kind of a story that this man has to tell walking away in frustration due to the, I don't know, mishandling of his situation. Perhaps you could direct us to someone who would be interested in the kind of information he has to offer.
The guard looks at you and looks back at Douglan and says, You have information about rifts?
Yes, first-hand information.
Gentlemen, please
Bless you.
wait here. I will be right back. He leaves and enters the keep. Maybe about 10 minutes later, he comes back. He walks outside up to Douglan and Nightingale and says, the seer would like to meet with you. Please follow me.
Douglan turns to Nightingale. Nightingale, I appreciate it. Sometimes I'm not the best with words. I kind of get straight to it. So.
All right, my friend. I hope you don't mind my intrusion.
Not at all.
Sometimes it takes cutting to the point and cutting through the bureaucracy to get things done.
Much
Corvus,
appreciated.
keep it down back there.
You enter the keep. It is a combination of 4 big buildings, various size buildings. And off towards the south, the keep extends out into the water. The wall is sort of built, and there's a big entranceway, and maybe half dozen or so large rowboats are anchored to the dock that's inside of the keep. The portcullis is down on the entrance out of the keep into the harbor right now. Alan leads you across a courtyard. Throughout the courtyard, there are what you assume to be vanguard soldiers who are training, running through various drills. He leads you across to the largest of the buildings inside of the keep. You go in through a main entrance, and he leads you off to the left. You enter a large vaulted ceiling room. It's circular with maybe a dozen pillars that go around an inner edge. There's about another 10 feet outside of the pillars, outside of the vaulted ceiling area. It's all glass. With the sunlight is coming down inside of this room. In the middle of the room, there's this pedestal that has a floating crystal ball on it, and there is a person. Their robe. They're wearing a big purple robe, and their hood is pulled over. Their hands are inside of the sleeves. And Alan takes you to the door, and he says, you will be seen inside.
Alan, I will make sure to pass on that your brilliant judgment of this situation was handled correctly. Thank you so much.
He nods. I will be waiting outside when you are done. So as you guys enter the room, the 3 of you enter the room, or 4 of you. Ferrik is with you. Alan closes the doors behind you. These big, huge double doors close behind you with a bit of a clunk. And the person is just standing over there. They reach up and pull back the hood. You can see it is a woman. She is a human female, obviously being a woman. That's usually how they work.
Yep.
And she looks over and says, "The one named Douglan may approach.
I kind of bow my head and walk forward. I be Douglan.
Douglan, I am told that you have information about the rifts. Would you like to share this information with me?
I would. First, I'd have your name, if I may.
I am Seer Yenal.
Douglan will not ask her to spell it, but Egan will.
Yennall.
Yennall.
Yeah, Yenal.
That's
pleasure
totally
to
what I
meet-
had.
Had it down to every N and every L.
Seer Yenal, first of all, we appreciate the opportunity. Let me tell you my story. Well, it starts about a year ago. And the only reason why I know what happened is because my father-in-law, Anton, came back to me. Well, about a year ago, he said a rift opened up and creatures came out. They took everything. They burned everything. But somehow, some way, my Maggie was able to fight them off on the other side of these rifts and got the Anton back through. Something about an amulet, something about the clerics for Gath were able to get her through, or rather him. She had to stay. She had to defend the line. It's my Maggie. To make a long story short, he appeared not 3 days ago. The rift opened up. He came through, and some more of these creatures came through. I can't even describe them. Never seen the like. I was able to overcome and speak with Anton, and he told me only a few hours had passed. A few hours? How is that possible? But what shook me to the core was he told me my daughter Maggie was still alive on the other side of these rifts. I mean to go back, and I need your help to do it. I will not rest until I find her. Can you help me, Seer?
She pauses for a few moments, looking sort of into nowhere, and she says, Douglan, I need you to reach out and touch the sphere before you.
Slowly he opens his hand. Reflexively he holds his amulet with the other and reaches out. To the sphere.
Good use of your camera.
All right, as you reach out and you touch the sphere, the seer, she reaches out and she touches either side of the sphere, and she lowers her head and she says, Douglan, I need you to close your eyes. Now, tell me what you see about the night that Anton returned.
It was a similar night to the night that all things changed for me. There was a crack like thunder. It was if a curtain was drawn back, and out popped Anton. At the time, I just saw a dark figure. I went inside and... Sorry?
As Douglan starts to envision what happened that night your thoughts start to swirl, and you start to feel confused, and suddenly, the picture that you had inside of your mind, where it's all become kind of swirled and clouded, it starts to slowly clear, and it's as if you were floating above the scene where all of this occurred. You see the house, and the vineyard is all there, and suddenly the rift opens. The rift, they look like if you've ever seen where they have these big holes in hydroelectric dams where all the water is pouring in, creating sort of this where it's all pouring in on itself. There's sort of a half circle that looks like that it just suddenly fades into the ground with the crackling and the electrical sounds that Douglan remembers. And you see Maggie appears through the rift, helping Anton. And as Maggie and Anton, she's kind of helping him out from the rift. There are these 6 beings that come out behind her, and they are a creature that you've never seen before. They walk out and they sort of take positions as if they're trying to guard the area around where the rift is. Maggie begins to walk with Anton towards you. You can see yourself walk out from the house. And she's smiling and kind of walking towards the house with Anton. You immediately think to yourself, she looks different. She's stronger, maybe even tougher is what she looks to you. And her hair is so much longer, and she has it braided just like her mother did. But what strikes you is she's dressed like the 6 that came out behind her. And as you're sort of milling about, what you're seeing, suddenly a second rift opens close to the first one. A dozen similar looking creatures race out, and they begin to attack the others. Maggie pushes Anton towards the house, and she immediately turns to fight those that came out of the second rift. And you watch in amazement as she is just a whirling dervish, 2 swords just flashing and cutting shoulder to shoulder with the original creatures that came out of the first rift with her. 4 of the beings that came out of the second rift start racing towards the house on an intercept course with Anton. You see yourself turn back towards the house. You grab your halberd and you race out to engage these 4 foes that are now approaching you. They are very skilled warriors, and you are struggling against their advance. Maggie breaks away from her combat with the other beings and immediately joins your side. The 2 of you fighting like battled, seasoned comrades against your foes. Just as you cut down the last of the intruders, there is this blast of white energy that causes you to collapse to the ground. Maggie beheads the last of the 4 that you were fighting, and she drops to her knees at your side. 2 of the original beings that came out of the portals walk over to where you and Maggie are on the ground. One of them turns to Maggie and says, "You know what must be done. We must hurry." Maggie turns towards you and says, "Father, I will come back for you. I promise. They need my help. I will come back for you. I love you." And as she stands up, your vision fades and you're standing back in the room again.
Douglan falls to his knees and just starts to weep and looks up at the seer and says, "Is this a recreation of what happened? Or is this what could have happened?"
This is what really happened. Your memories have been changed, Douglan. You have met creatures that we know of. The ones that came through with your Maggie are known as the Githinthor. The ones that attacked them are called the Githyanki. They are two warring clans from a race known as the Gith. They come from a strange world that we call the astral plane. A world that sits somewhere between this world and the world of the gods. It is our belief that the Gith can create portals into this world that are like the rifts that were opened during the gatherings. We unfortunately know little more.
You know not how to get back there?
I am sorry, Douglan, but we do not. But we do believe that the Gith come and go from Emathan with great regularity. Their ability to change people's memories mean that most people that encounter them do not remember. But you will be able to find them, Douglan. You will.
What must I do?
Continue to search. Continue to ask questions. The answers will find you.
Interesting, yet cryptic response.
Shh, Corvus, don't interrupt. It's rude.
So you're saying my Maggie came back to help me, but I have no memory of it.
This is true. It would
That
appear
these-
from your memories that Maggie brought Anton back, but she chose to return with the visitors.
And these gifts can not just control these rifts, but control your memories. Erase
can.
things that you think you've seen.
They can. Some of the Gith use it for good, and some of the Gith use it for evil.
Is there any way in there why they wanted to take Anton? It sounds like this whole thing they came through was for Anton. He thinks it's because of the alm vintage that he makes. You have answers for that?
I do not. But Anton's memories were changed as well. If you speak with him and remind him of the events that actually occurred on that day, he will remember.
Where do we start? You say seek answers. You say seek. I don't even know. Where do I start?
I can't give you that answer. I'm sorry.
He looks over at Nightingale and Corvus. I don't know where to go, lads.
Lord, I had a dream the other night about the day I was taken as a slave. Up until this dream, that day ended when me and my master, my teacher, Peter, were approaching a cave. But when we were traveling to the village, I had a dream where we were accosted by these people in black armor. And they had a symbol on them. It seemed too real to be just a regular dream. I've never dreamt like that before. Maybe this memory thing is connected. If you have a piece of paper or parchment and a piece of charcoal, I might be able to draw this symbol. Perhaps it may be a clue to the gift if they had something to do with my capture. Maybe they affected my mind like they did Douglan's.
I don't have any. I have a piece of chalk you could use to draw maybe on the floor. If,
I'm looking at the lady we're talking to expectantly, like,
Seer Yanel.
She turns to Corvus and says, You believe these two things are tied together?
I just find it odd that his memory was messed with. And then I have this, so is mine. Before I chalked it up to getting hit on head. But this, between what he said, you said, and this dreamlike vision I had has made me think that perhaps there is a connection.
She turns and waves her hand, and someone comes in from the shadows. Comes in bringing an ink quill and some paper and hands it to Corvus.
I'll try to draw out the symbol that I saw. You want me to make a roll of some kind?
No, Corvus. No matter how, you cannot focus on what the symbol was. It's there, but it's not there. You just, as hard as you try and focus on what it looks like, you're not able to draw it. It's just out of reach of your memory. It's like you can see it in the shadows, but you can't grab onto it to create the image.
I cannot help. Every time I try to focus on the symbol, it slips through my mind. It is like a song you can't quite remember lyrics to or tune, but you know it.
I can relate.
Seer Yanel, although I appreciate all the information, I'm still at a loss. I'm rudderless. I'm without direction. All I had was Whale Spell and the Vanguard with answers. And here we sit with none other than pieces of memories that you say were blocked from me and Corvus. Have you not any direction to give us?
Nightingale will kind of pipe in here, be like,
Douglan, I think you're overlooking something that she told you. Anton his memories were altered as well. And all it should take is you reminding him of what really happened, and maybe he might know something. That could be a place to start.
Fair.
Seer Yenol turns to Douglan and says, Douglan, the Gith are your key. You must learn all you can about them. The answers will find you if you look for them.
All right. Yes. Side note, do I know anything about, is there like a Candlekeep Mysteries, you know, in
Is there a
Emathan?
Candlekeep Mysteries?
It has all the answers to everything. Is
Many
there a
of
Google?
the, completely on a side note, I mean, many of the kingdoms, all of the kingdoms, have libraries, enormous libraries, some, several libraries that contain volumes of information about that have been captured through the years, through the centuries, through the millennia.
Okay.
Are there any places of learning that may study this subject that we could visit?
The Seer Yenol says, I believe that you will find pieces throughout your searches. It will be a puzzle, Douglan. You will need to be patient and vigilant like you have never been in your life. Seek the answers and they will find you.
I hear you, Seer. Can you explain the time? How come here it's a year and there it's just a few hours? You have any knowledge of that?
Time in the astral plane is different than time here in our world. It moves both faster and slower. It is hard to explain to those where time is consistent. Your Maggie has moved faster and slower than your time.
I'll find her. Of this, to
You
be
will.
sure. So Douglan's going to look back at the other Corvus and Nightingale and say, lads, I can't ask you to stay with me. Of course, I'd welcome the company. But it seems my quest.
Douglan, we've gone over this before last night. You may have been too drunk to remember, but we're with you, man. We're with you.
It was really good wine.
It was.
I've got to be honest. It was very good.
I was pretty drunk myself.
Ferrik, who's been very
Yes, you kissed each
enthralled in
other.
all of this, goes, I won it, actually, but I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But no, it was really good, Ferrik. I'm not gonna lie. I think I said I love you to everybody last night. I don't remember. If so, I apologize.
Gentlemen, I don't think this is
Seer.
the right talk for the seer.
Seer sees everything. She knows.
She looks like she could use to have some fun.
Seer Yanel, I can't thank you enough for hearing me out. I can't tell you why I know this, but I feel like inside there's so much more going on than just me finding me Maggie. I can't explain it. There's a light inside me that I've never felt before. I don't know if you've sensed that during my little touch of the sphere there, but you've sent me on my way. I thank you for that.
Seer Yenol kind of looks down for a moment, collecting her thoughts, and she looks back up again and says, Douglan, there are great things ahead for you. There will come a time when you can bring to me the correct questions. I can then provide the correct answers.
Question: what is 7 times 6? Sorry.
42, which is the
The
meaning
answer
of
42.
life and everything.
Everybody knows the answer is 42 here.
I can also tell you the secret of flying. It's to throw yourself at the ground and miss.
I can only hope I'm worthy of what praise you've just bestowed upon me. I know not these questions to ask. Apparently you think I will. We'll see.
When the time is right, you will. Seek the answers, and they will find you.
Awkwardly bowing.
Yeah.
Trying to leave. Okay, guys.
Yeah. You kind of pull Douglan away like, it's time to go. We got all we could.
Once we're outside, I'm like, seers. They're just full of non-answers.
Forget calling them seekers. They're non-answerers.
Yeah, Douglan is obviously he almost feels like there's more questions than answers that he just got, but it's just sort of this general quest that is going to bring him closer to Gath. Again,
Bless you.
kind of he keeps reflexively grabbing the amulet at his chest. And I don't know, for somehow, even though he didn't get the answers, he feels like he knows what he needs to do. He just doesn't really know exactly what that means. So he's going to just take the next step. And he looks to his left, sees Corvus, looks to his right and sees Nightingale, takes a deep breath and says, I guess we do this together, at least for now. And he just walks out, not quite sure where to go.
All right, Alan, hearing you guys approach, opens the big double doors, and you come out, and he closes the doors behind you and leads you back through the citadel, as they refer to it here. And wind-kept citadel, in asking, is what is the home of the Vanguard in Whalespell. Wind-kept citadel. He takes you back to the main entrance and sees you through, and Alan turns to you guys and says, well, I hope your visit with the seer was what you were looking for. And good luck in whatever it is you're looking for.
Thank you, Alan.
And I think we'll put the pause button on her right there for the night.